Yo, what's up? How you guys doing? Gonna do some the Old Republic again? Or I guess this one would be Knights of the Old Republic. And we do a little bit of commenting, but I think I'm gonna react to any videos right now. Hold on a second, I need to connect. I'm not getting audio out. I need to connect my earbuds. Like, why can't I hear the game? By the way, a little bit of a plug here. I mean, it's not a real plug because I'm not paid or anything. But I use these earbuds. They're SoundCore A1s. There's a larger company that owns SoundCore. SoundCore. Oh, Anchor. So like you guys might be familiar with Anchor Electronics, right? They're pretty ubiquitous. They're pretty out there. Make a lot of like power devices, like chargers and phone battery, like a backup battery. But no, these earbuds, and I've gone through a lot of different earbuds and headphones over the years. These are by far and away like the best I've ever had, and they're not expensive. They're like, I think when I got them, they're like $50. They might be cheaper now. Let's see. Okay, so they're still $50 right off the website, but you can get them online. Let's see how much they are on Amazon. Okay, I mean, so they still go for 50, but they're good. Like the battery lasts a pretty good time. Audio quality's pretty good. I'm not one of those people that's like, oh, I could tell the difference between a $50 pair of earbuds and like a $300 pair. Like, if you're an audiophile, I probably don't even need to tell you. You probably already know what kind of earbuds you're scouting out and everything. I'm just saying these work really good. The best thing about them is that the shape. Hard to see here. They have a little bit of like a plastic wing on them that kind of fits like snugly in your ear, and it comes in like three different sizes. They have a small, medium, and a large. But like, that's a big thing, is like, if you're like someone who works out with your earbuds in or whatever, like, they're not going to fall out. They basically, that rubber just kind of squishes them into your ear. They get stuck in there. You know, good like sound muffling for like everything outside of you, audio isolation, I guess. So, but anyways, headed to Quesh now. Wanted to talk a little bit about some recent events that have been going on lately. I know a lot of you watch my channel for political stuff. I've been debating whether or not I should make a second one that's just like video games and movies and stuff like that. And, you know, isn't strictly politics, but I don't know. I think I excel at the political commentary stuff, and I just don't know. But that Anna Kasparian Pearl debate video got a lot of attention. I don't know why. I don't know why that video, out of all of them, kind of weird. Like, sporadically, what will pick up traction, what won't. My Jubilee debate with Mehdi Hassan. That one did a lot. That one got a lot of views when that one came out. I don't know why that one. So, but I had a lot of MAGA people in the comments like, oh, Pearl won. Stop simping. I don't even know who I'm simping for. Who am I simping for? I guess they think I'm simping for Anna Kasparian. Do they think that Anna Kasparian's gonna watch my video and be like, oh my god, thank you so much, I'm gonna come over to your house now? Like, like what? But no, I mean, I think just objectively, Anna very much won that debate. I think the only way that you could think Pearl won that debate is if either you're in her audience, which I imagine a lot of those guys who are commenting are probably in her audience, or like you're very much into all of that like male grievance, identity politics stuff, and so a lot of her talking points will resonate with you. And you know, by the way, I mean, I'm a feminist guy, I'm an egalitarian guy, I'm a woke kind of guy, and if that offends you, I don't really give a fucking shit. But you know, for a feminist kind of guy, I think some of the things that she talks about, the things that Pearl talks about regarding like men's issues, like there's some legitimacy to it in the sense that there are issues that men deal with that, you know, are kind of shitty and deserve attention and everything. But that doesn't mean that I agree with Pearl's solution for that. And I also don't agree with how Pearl makes it like a man versus woman kind of thing. I think we could talk about men's issues without making it like women are the problem and women are bad. Much of the same way that I think we could talk about women's issues without making it like men are bad and men are the problem. You know, it doesn't have to be like an us versus them kind of thing. I think that's pretty lame. You know, there are cases where either men or women are kind of doing something that are kind of impacting the other sex or the other gender, and that does happen. I think that some people over-index on that kind of thinking. Like they reduce men's issues down to like, I just want to blame women, and it's like, okay, like are there things that women do that are kind of unfair to men sometimes? Yeah, I think the fact that women expect men to be the ones who do a lot of the upfront initiation and dating, while simultaneously making it really hard, really difficult for men to, you know, navigate dating in a way that doesn't come off as harassment. What I mean by that is like if you're a guy and you're expected, women expect you to make all the first moves, right? But so many messages that you get as a guy are like, you know, don't harass me here, don't harass me there. I'm trying to work. I'm trying to do this. I'm trying to do that. I know that there's more nuance to that conversation. I don't really want to dive into the details right now, but as a man, it is definitely hard to figure out like how are you supposed to simultaneously initiate while also like, you know, there's not really clear rules and guidelines for modern dating around like where exactly is an appropriate place to, you know, initiate. How do women want you to initiate without it being awkward, without it being creepy, without it being, you know, coming off as harassment? You know, it would be nicer, I guess, if it was more equal. Like both sexes, both genders were expected to both kind of put up that initial effort to you know, express interest in the other person and be, you know, pretty upfront and clear with your communication style. So there are things like that where, yeah, like women will play a role in that because women have, you know, they're part of the equation when it comes to dating. But not all of men's issues come down to like something that women are doing wrong. Some of it comes down to other men, honestly. Some of it comes down to systemic factors that are larger than any individual man or woman that are alive today. So yeah, and then I mean the same thing with women too, right? Like there are aspects of being a woman where some of it is, yes, indeed, it's men. Some of it's men's fault. Like there are a lot of spaces, like in gaming, for example, where it can be very toxic to try to engage in gaming culture as a woman. And some men don't really make it easy, and you have like communities like Osmongold's community that make it so that like they basically don't want women in their space. And that's legitimate, right? That's a legitimate concern where it's like, okay, this is something that it does kind of come down to like men, right? But not all of women's issues come down to men. So it's basically the same for both. Like when I hear people talk in a manner where if it's women complaining about women's issues and it all comes down to like men, or if it's men complaining about men's issues and it always comes down to women, to me, I start to feel like, well, you seem like someone who's just looking to blame the opposite sex. You might have had some really bad experiences with the opposite sex. You know, who hurt you? Like, what's going on there? But yeah, I mean, it would be nice, I guess, if we had the ability to have a much more adult conversation to have these days. Am I not on Quesh? What the hell? No, I'm on Quesh. What's going on here? Find Addis station? It won't let me go down to the ground, though. What's going on here? But also, I mean, any of the MAGA guys who watch my videos, who saw my Pearl Davis thing and they commented on the thing, like, oh, you're simping, you're wrong, Pearl won. DM me, bro. Let's talk about it. Come on my stream. If you feel so strongly about it, I will debate literally fucking anybody. If you want to get Pearl Davis to debate me, I'll debate Pearl Davis. I'll debate Ben Shapiro. I'll debate Steven Crowder. I'll debate anybody. I don't have any I don't have any reservations about that. I ain't afraid at all, okay? I have enough confidence in my mastery of political topics that, you know, try me. Make my day. Okay, how the hell do I get the fuck down? What's going on? What the hell? I think I'm supposed to talk to this dude first before I go to Quesh. This might be one of those situations. I think sometimes on like these MMOs, sometimes you have to reset the instance. Like glitched out. I think that's what's going on here. We try going back at it. Doing this over again. Maybe they'll fix it. How to reset instance on 4. Exit the flash. I'm not in a flash. On your character portrait. All active. I'm not trying to. Oh, maybe you hit. Maybe it's reset. Leave the instance and click reset button. Oh, maybe that's what it is. Try that. Oh, wait, I have mail as well. Maybe there's like a mail I'm supposed to read or something. Also notice I don't really have music going on here. Oh, you know what? I just noticed you guys probably aren't getting audio either. Fix that. There we go. Okay.
Talk about whatever you wish, Kaizen.
The hunger for days new. But always, when I hunger, I hunt. Hunger for days new. I don't know.
Let's take your mind off it. Explain this rite of passage a little more.
How'd that take his mind off it? When that it's the source of his hunger.
What has changed, do you think? Such medicine would certainly induce a molt, along with vomiting, fever, and burning pain in the sinuses.
How do you know? You know his anatomy? What's going on here?
Don't use too much of the herb, and eat a good meal as soon as you can.
That's kind of what I was thinking. I was like, I hate when people do that in general, where it's like him telling you that he has to go through this rite of passage. He's aware of the risks involved with it. Why are you telling him? He's a grown-ass adult. Why are you telling him, like, oh, be careful, don't drink too much, drink too much? Bro, he knows what he's doing. It's his decision to make.
Do you have time for a chat with your fellow intellectuals? We've been trying to think of the absolute perfect entry for the Luminatus Club Symposium.
Nothing we've come up with has quite the spectacular edge I'm looking for. Any ideas?
Holiday's a technological marvel and unique. Why
Do they
not
not have
submit
that
her?
many AIs?
No! What if they wanted to examine her, disassemble her? No, Holiday's out of the question. Still, you're on the right track. I need an unprecedented creation, something no one else could possibly be making. Yes. Perfect! I'll build a Vandrake generator. It was theorized by Dr. Gorman Vandrake centuries ago, but never realized.
Tell me what it
As
is.
I recall, a Vandrake generator runs on a form of energy that doesn't exist.
A minor setback.
They even
Besides,
theorize something.
Old Gorman
Energy it doesn't.
Vandrake never knew about exotech, and he didn't have me to help.
A functioning Vandrake generator would prove a dozen theories, and cement my place in scientific history. Such a project! Sorry, Jedi, I really must get started.
I don't even know why I'm like over here trying to like critique the pseudo-scientific psychobabble that they're using in this game. Like, if there's anything serious about it.
We've made some progress on the Vandrake generator.
Oh yes, the
The initial
Vandrake generator, of
equations
course.
have been difficult, but with Holiday's help, I'm almost ready to progress. I've just hit a minor obstacle. I find myself needing your help, dear Jedi.
I wouldn't say anything. Guy's a gooner, and he...
What can I do to help?
I find myself in need of inspiration. On Nar Shaddaa, a particular spiced wine was a marvelous tonic. A friend has
Good
offered to
science.
send me a case, if I get him an audience with the Jedi Council.
God.
Why does he want to speak to the council?
He's searching for new trade routes, I believe. Now, I have a message for the Council ready for your signature. What do you say?
Oh, but I'll help you focus. What am I signing myself up for with that response? I'm not sure. And also, no, I'm not going to just sign it. I need more information, bro. You didn't even give me any good options here. I mean, no give that to work would be alright, but like, that's not her character.
Don't fall back into bad habits. If you wish, I can teach you a technique to improve your mental
Okay.
discipline.
My bad habits and I have come far together without Jedi navel-gazing. Oh, I'll try it. On the condition that you arrange the audience if it's not a success.
I don't even know what I'm...
How interesting. Do excuse me, Jedi. I think I see where I've been going wrong.
Welcome back, Master. Your vessel is in flawless condition naturally.
Thank you, C3P. Where's the new crew member? Oh shit. All these mo...
Got a good operation here, Jedi. But too many people. Inefficient. Can't watch them all.
Now I have you to be vigilant for me.
Consider it done. Be tough to adjust. Strange to be off Balmora, with political power. Peace will be even stranger. I reorganized the munitions locker between political briefings. More efficient now. We have more orders?
You don't have to be constantly on alert. Take some time to yourself.
Can't relax if things are a mess. Sounds like Greystar talking.
Who's Greystar?
Old friend, forget it.
Oh, he has a dark background? Huh? Might sound kind of weird, but I think I decided I want this character to be lesbian. And I'm wondering if there's any lesbian romance options. Because I know some of these like replies I'm talking to these characters, I wonder if it's trying to like push me in a romance direction. But I don't want that with these male characters, especially that either one of these assholes, either Theron has got his head up his own ass, or this guy who's just kind of like I don't know, a little bit unnecessarily aggressive and hostile. Enemies to lovers romance option? I'm not a fan of that trope, by the way. I hate that that's a trope that gets pushed so much in the media. I feel like it conditions people for bad I don't know, relationship dynamics, bad ideas of what romance is supposed to look like. People involved in toxic relationships, potentially. Okay, let us see. What was I looking for again? Oh yeah, do we have any lesbian romance options? Okay, so the vanilla game has no lesbian romance options. Or no gay, no lesbian romance. But there's post-class story content that does. Aside from some class comps are opened up to the opposite. Hold on. Every class can romance Lana or Theron. The hell's Lana and Theron? Lana and Theron SWTOR. Oh, this is from one of the expansions. I have to play this expansion. Okay. Alright, I could see this maybe. Look like they could be a nice little couple together, maybe. There are also 2 additional bi male options available for all classes in the Fallen Empire Eternal Throne expansion. Aside from them, some class comps are opened up to the opposite gender post. Oh, so there are some now. There's 1 female option for a Jedi Knight, 1 male option for the Jedi Knight, 1 female option for the... Oh no, hold on. It's probably going to be, what's her face? Jedi Consular romance option. Very important, really important research that I'm doing here. I bet it's Nadia Grell. A counselor, female only? It is Nadia Grell. Damn it. The issue with romancing Nadia Grell is she's also the same species as me. Our characters look like the same fucking character. It's just weird. And also she's my Padawan, which I always felt like even for the male romance option, it's like, it's a little bit creepy, a little bit groomerish. What else do we have as an option? We have Felix Arreso. I forget what character it is. Okay. Zenith. Lana Benico. Oh, that's the one that you have in that expansion. Koth is a dude, so there's not really that many options for. Who's Arcan? Is that a guy or a girl? Oh, gee. Hold on. Arcan SWTOR. Oh, that's okay. Lemma Avesta. Who the hell's Lemda Avesta? Lemda Avesta. SWTOR. I don't even know why I'm specifying SWTOR. Ooh. Pretty cute. Maybe I'll go for her. Alright, well, we won't find out for a while now. Okay. There's something else I was going to look up. Alright, so another thing to talk about. Denmark. You may or may not have heard Donald Trump backtracked on Denmark. He said that we're not going to pursue military options. He's going to make a deal with the EU, I guess. I don't know what that deal's supposed to be. I personally think that the whole Denmark thing was it was twofold. It was to distract from the Epstein files. It was also meant to weaken Western civilization, NATO. Because the reality is, Republicans will say that they're all about like Western culture, Western civilization. They're not really. When they say that, they really mean like white. That's really what they mean. But like, they don't actually stand for Western ideology and culture. Like, they don't stand for secularism. They support like dictatorial leaders. They don't really believe in democracy. They try to like stifle democracy with gerrymandering as much as possible. They don't really like religious freedom or religious toleration. They like multicultural. They're not really Western. And they don't like the European countries. They seem to be much more aligned with places like Russia. In terms of like their social attitudes and whatnot. So I don't buy it when they say that. And I think that Donald Trump, even more so than your average Republican, doesn't like Western values. So I think he wants to, and he's been talking about it for a long time. In his branch of the right, you know, the kind of like the Groypers and the MAGA people, these people don't like Europe. They don't like NATO. And I think that threatening to invade Denmark was like a way of just further pushing himself away from NATO, trying to push the United States away from NATO. Then he put like this board of peace together and invited like non-Western countries to be on this board. And I think it's almost like an attempt to try to shift away from NATO towards like some other kind of defensive alliance made by like these kind of right-wing nationalist type countries and leaders. But he backed down off of it, and I think the reason he backed down is because polling-wise, it's been massively unpopular, and he spent weeks on it now, and the polling hasn't shifted very much, even among his own base. And so I think he saw it as like a losing proposition for him to make his case politically. And then the European leaders finally grew a fucking spine and told him no. And honestly, a lot of times when it comes to the right, it comes to Trump and stuff like that, people just need to call their bluff. A lot of times in right-wingers and Trump and stuff, they're aware of this. This is part of the strategy. They'll even tell you that it's part of like their negotiation tactic and stuff, is that they're going to say wild, outlandish, aggressive things, and they're going to hope that you cave. It's like a poker move. It's whoever can cave first kind of thing. And there's been too much of that since Trump has kind of entered politics, where people preemptively cave and they don't try to just call his bluff. And I think people would be surprised if you called their bluff more often, that they would cave more often, or that they would kind of stumble over themselves. Okay, hold on. I need to figure out what the hell's going on here because my missions are not starting. Oh, here we go. Reset. There we go. Part of my mission. Okay, attestation research. Travel to Quesh and go to attestation. That's where I'm at. Come on now. So yeah, so anyways, that's Denmark. It's not going to stop. They're going to keep trying to do things to undermine NATO. NATO needs to grow a spine, and they need to just like very unequivocally just kind of like state exactly what their principle is, don't back down from it, and call their bluff. And the right will either back off, or they're gonna do something dramatic or drastic. But like, you can't live in this scenario where it's like an abusive relationship where you're allowing the other person to kind of sink you further into things that are bad for you because you're afraid of like them retaliating. Or alternatively, you or I don't know if there's actually an alternative. I lost my train of thought there, but you get the point. They finally like just told him unequivocally, like, no, it's gonna trigger Article 5, and we're gonna, kick you out of NATO. We're gonna pull, like, we're gonna take all the bases that you have all throughout Europe, and we're gonna go to war with you. It's not gonna be good for you. It's not, because even if the United States might have a stronger military than NATO, I'm not sure if that's the case. It's kind of debatable, but it is debatable. Just to be clear, it's not a foregone conclusion that the United States could beat NATO by itself. But it's possible, right? Even if that could happen, it would be really bad for the United States. The United States would be weakened from such a war. Even if we could win such a war, we would be weakened by it. The combined power of NATO, even without the United States, is probably the second most powerful military behind the United States. So we'd be weakened by it. Part of what makes the United States military so powerful is because we have the alliances that we do, because we have the bases that we do, which allows us to have force protection capabilities all throughout the globe. That's a really important part that a lot of people don't understand. Like, having bases all over the globe with countries that want us to operate bases there allows us to keep our military equipment and our ships parked all over the globe. So if there's any conflict all over the globe, like, we can right away immediately be ready to go, be ready to send things, be ready to engage in war, be ready to defend. We don't have to wait, you know, a week or so for a carrier group, for an aircraft carrier and its other battleships to arrive in that location. We already have military equipment there, right? So that would be significantly degraded if the European allies said, no, fuck you guys, we're kicking you guys out of the country. You're not allowed to operate bases over there anymore. Trump and the Republicans will try to say it's for national security. We need national security because even though they deny climate change, call them out on this, by the way, because the entire reason they're arguing for national security is because they actually do know that climate change is actually a thing, and that Denmark and the Arctic region, the polar ice caps are going to melt, and it's going to create like this new area where you're going to have trade going over the North Pole, and you're going to be able to launch military operations over the polar, over the North Pole much more easily. So that's an admission on their part that they know that climate change actually is real and that they're full of shit. But as far as like security in the North Pole goes, like we already have, Greenland as a part of Denmark is already in NATO. They're already our ally. We already have bases on Denmark or in Greenland. And I mean, we could put more there if we wanted to. If we didn't have a belligerent, you know, idiot like Trump or whatever, we could have more bases there. It's not a problem. Like, it's in their interest to allow us to be there to operate bases for their security. All of that's there. So when Republicans say like, "Oh, we need it for national security," that's just a lie. It's just nonsense. They're relying on you and other people to not really understand like these things. So I wanted to put that out there. It's important to know. There's a lot of misinformation about it. Similar thing with the trade routes. You know, if we're worried about the trade routes, we can have bases in Greenland. We have bases in Alaska, which is also in the polar Arctic. You know, touches the North Pole. So it's just nonsense. It's all just kind of like nonsense pretext to justify their rapist mindset, which is like, let me rape you, or I'm gonna invade you and rape you. Like, no. Right, we gotta stop. There's nothing Western about that kind of mentality of you know, let us take over your country even though you guys aren't doing anything wrong. That's not Western value. That's the value of old world, dictatorial, fascistic like mindset. Not Western. Don't let them tell you that they're Western. Don't let them get away with that. They're not Western.
Sorry, we're doing a pre-flight check of the
And
you'll have to come back later.
The ideas that they express are not Western. Don't want to get away with that. Okay, oh, I gotta go. What the fuck is going on here? I cannot go into this. Quesh. Attestation issue. Struggle with this unexpected. SWTOR cannot get into Quesh. To get to on Quesh, you need to start the planetary storyline. Get inoculated. Yeah, I need to talk to that dude to get inoculated, but he won't let me. If stuck, check your mission log. Ensure you're on the right step, or use the stuck feature. Let's try this. Let me see if there's a different instance of the server. I doubt it though, because I'm in a PvP server.
Sorry, we're doing a pre-flight check of the shuttles. You'll have to come back later.
I don't think it's going to let me get on the shuttle unless I get inoculated by that guy, but that guy's the one who usually does the inoculation. Grayed out. Hold on. Quesh. Inoculation officer. Grayed out. Oh, I'm underleveled for the planet? Is that what it is? Hold on a sec. That might actually be what it is. Oh, I am. Level 36, I'm not level 32. Holy shit, I got a lot of levels to make up. Alright, well, I guess we're going on some side quests. That's fun. Yeah, let's see. I think, what's his name? Theron Drax? Got a companion mission over here.
Stay focused.
More adventure.
Oh, I don't even think he does, because it would have shown up on my quest log, so I need to figure out something to do to... You know, I could, I'll go back to Belmora, actually. I'll go back to Belmora. Belmora should have levels or missions that are side quest that are closer to the level that I need to be. This. Why is there a green person on there? Does that mean I know somebody there? Hold up. Wait a minute. Oh no, it shows me there. Oh. Where the hell's Belmora? I just blew a bunch of money just going back and just traveling for no reason. Alright, other topics to discuss. Some of you may not be aware, Jack Smith gave a had a hearing today regarding his investigation and his case that he had against Donald Trump. Of course, you don't hear about these cases anymore because they were dropped per DOJ policy. DOJ doesn't indict sitting presidents. So when Donald Trump was elected, these cases were put on hold. They were, the technical term is they were dismissed without prejudice. Without prejudice meanings like it could be brought up again. If it was dismissed with prejudice, it means like it's like this is dismissed and like don't bring this shit up again.
Master Jedi, but this is an emergency. We're trying to break an Imperial occupation on Balmora, but the Republic has no ground, no resources, and right now, no chance.
I've done this already. You should be more.
Sometimes it's the attitude that wins the war.
Good morale won't give us a better position. The Empire's got their grip, and they're not letting go. Balmoran factories produce the most powerful weapons in the galaxy. Possess them, win any war you want. The Republic must retake Balmora, but we need reinforcements.
Is Balmora a complete war zone?
We've managed to make a beachhead in a place called Bugtown that the Empire overlooked. Commander Maydeen requested all reinforcements see him at Republic headquarters. Can he expect you?
I believe the Empire's worn out their welcome.
From the stories I hear, I think the Balmoran people would agree. I'll inform the commander. Good luck.
Yeah, so as I was saying, So he gave a hearing. It's unusual to have these sorts of like grand jury investigations and stuff, and for there not to be a hearing on it. Part of the reason that we didn't have like a big hearing before was that, and the part of the reason that the case never really proceeded along either was that it kept getting stalled in the courts by Judge Eileen Cannon, who was appointed by Donald Trump. She didn't really have enough experience when she got appointed to the position that she's in. And when that first happened, people were kind of scratching their heads like, why? You know, but this seems to be the reason why, is because they wanted a judge that was there in the district that Donald Trump resides in, so that she could do things like this. So throughout the course of the case, throughout the course of the trial, whatever, she kept like delaying, giving wins to the defense, which have been Trump in this situation, that were kind of perplexing, right? And she delayed long enough so that the case was delayed to the point where the election was allowed to happen before the case wrapped up. And then because Donald Trump won the election, then he just decided to kill, like, well, he didn't decide to kill the case, but it's just standard DOJ policy is that they don't indict presidents, and so they allowed him to, they temporarily halted the case. But anyways, he gave a hearing. I guess the Democrats or somebody, I don't know exactly how this happened, but they fought to actually have like a hearing over it so that he could talk about it. There's a limit to how much they could talk about regarding the case because, again, Eileen Cannon, she kind of, I don't know what the technical term here would be, but there's aspects of the case that are kind of sealed up. You're not allowed to talk about. But I watched a little bit today. I was listening to it in the background while I was working and stuff, and the Republicans, obviously, their whole attempt was to make it sound like Jack Smith was like a biased prosecutor, and they set out to prosecute Trump no matter what. Jack Smith is actually probably one of the most experienced prosecutors around, like, period. You look at his resume, you look at the cases that he's been involved in over time. He's he worked as a prosecutor at The Hague. So The Hague is like the international criminal court for war crimes. And he's had a long history, a long reputation going after both Democrats and Republicans. But they needed to, nonetheless, try to make it seem like he's biased. So they spent the entire time doing that. And of course, like, the Democrats were trying to, like, give him an opportunity to talk about, as much as they could, because unfortunately can't talk about too many of the details, what he found during his investigation, why he thought the case was like a slam dunk case, which he said he did. The whole January 6th thing, that's a whole topic we can get into. I'm not going to do that today. I would like to do a stream on it in the future where we just kind of sit down. We'll probably go through all of the documents, all of the testimony and whatnot. We'll do that in the future at some point, but that's a whole can of worms, so we'll go into that. Other than that, the other thing I wanted to talk about too is I hear a lot of people talk about midterm elections, that Democrats are looking really good for the midterm elections. I don't like this mentality. I feel like I mean, chances are pretty good, but I just don't like the mentality that a lot of Democrats have. They oftentimes rest on their laurels. I don't even think the Democrats are doing well because of the Democratic Party. I think they're doing well because the Republicans are doing so bad right now. Because the Republicans look so kind of insane at the moment, and they're kind of doing too many insane actions too fast for the public to be acclimated to it. So that's part and parcel to why I don't like this mentality of just looking at the polling for the midterms and being like, oh, we got this in the bag. It's like, yeah, that's the kind of mentality that got us in the situation in the first place, is that you guys don't, like, proactively try to make the case to the American people, proactively make a huge, strong effort to campaign and convince the general public.
Whoever's fault this was, you should try to focus on the solution. What happened then?
All right. Yeah, if you're just tuning in or whatever, I do not have the right level to go to the next planet, which is Quesh. So I'm just trying to grind to get my level up. Trying to level up here. But yeah, so for the midterms, I want to have the mentality, I want to push on other people to have the mentality of like, treat it like we're down in the polls right now and we need to work our asses off to win the midterms. Even if we have good chances of winning against the Republicans, I don't want to just win against the Republicans in the midterms. I want to crush these motherfuckers. And if anything, if the House is fairly secured, which I guess it seems like it kind of is, and keep in mind, by the way, we still have, what is it, like 10 more months until the midterms, a little bit more than 10 months. That's a lot of time. And if you think about that, that means that Republicans really haven't hit the ground super hard on campaign messaging for the 2026 midterms. We're doing okay right now in a vacuum. We're doing okay before Republicans start like flooding the media with their talking points for the 2026 midterms. So I say we just treat it like it's a shitty midterm, and we need to work our fucking asses off for it. But with that said, the House seems to be probably going to be a layup for the Democrats. And with that in mind, I'd say, like, let's look at the Senate and see if we can win the Senate, because the House by itself, it's good, it's nice, but Congress is two chambers. It's the House and the Senate, and the Senate really is the more powerful chamber overall. I haven't really had a chance to look too much yet, but I'm going to start looking at what are the seats for the Senate that are the seats that we need to kind of focus on and target for those midterms. Maybe we'll do that for another stream. That'd be a nice idea. We need to start making a list of these different things. Different streams that we want to do in the future. I'm a companion here. I usually have Aizen.
Time for a nap.
And then I take on the role of healer. We're gonna have him be the tank. Be the healer. Alright, what am I doing over here? Want to recover the probe droids and defeat Imperial Hazmat forces. A2 Commander Mid. Oh, force droid. Too long, didn't read. Another topic I want to discuss is gun ownership. I think if you're paying attention to what's been going on, you see that there's more liberal and left-wing gun owners, including kind of like a refurbished Black Panther Party, that are starting to take up guns as a deterrence against ICE aggression. I've been advocating for this idea for a while. I think liberals need to start stockpiling up on guns, because I think the right has made it very like explicitly clear that the reason that they stockpile guns is because they want to have some kind of violent overthrow revolution. They talk about it all the time. They talk about it in the context of like it might need to happen, but if you kind of listen to their rhetoric, it seems like they think that that time has come. And you don't want them to be the only ones with the guns in that scenario. That's number one. Number two is, I think them having guns like they do makes an impact on the way that politicians and and law enforcement treats them. I think that law enforcement and a lot of politicians, they're very quick to kind of throw liberals under the bus, basically half of the US population under the bus, because it's like, who cares what you guys think? Like, you guys are weak, you guys are pathetic, you're not going to do anything. Versus, like, if there's an irate right-winger, it's like, oh, sir, please calm down. We know you guys have all the guns. We know you guys are super aggressive and you guys are violent. So, like, we're going to be a lot more, like, conciliatory to you guys. I think it does play a psychological role. And if we are to believe what people say about Republicans behind closed doors, that a lot of Republican politicians are actually, like, afraid of their voters and they're afraid of pissing off Trump, and they actually don't like Trump, and they think their voters are kind of extreme and insane. Like, if we're to believe that that's true, then we need to kind of start shifting the direction on that, so that it's not just, they shouldn't only just fear right-wing Republican voters. They need to fear the other half of the country too, that has equal say in the direction this country goes. Now, with that said, right, if you're going to own firearms, if you're going to have firearms that you're going to carry around to, like, protest and stuff like that, you need to be super, super disciplined and observe the gun laws and the gun ordinances in the area that you're in. Last thing that we want is liberal left-wing gun owners going out there, making a fool of themselves, you know, causing violence to escalate, and then the public starts turning against people because they're like, you guys are just violent, crazy people, and you don't have any discipline, and you guys are making everybody unsafe. So we don't want to do that. We want to show a force that is like a deterrence kind of show of force, respect us, respect our rights kind of show of force. And we want to show, like, hey, if we're out here with the guns and everything, look at how fucking organized and disciplined we are. Look at how responsible we are compared to the opposition. So if you want to get a gun and everything, learn about what the rules are in your area. If you want to do concealed carry or open carry, learn about what the rules are there. Obviously, there's trigger discipline. That's probably, like, the most number one top line rule that people should follow, which means do not put your finger on the trigger unless you intend to pull. Usually people will rest their finger on the trigger guard, that little, like, kind of loop that's in front of a trigger. You rest your finger on that. So practice, trigger control. Make sure people, again, know their responsibilities when they're carrying guns around. If you're at a protest, you see people carrying the guns and stuff like that, like, try not to associate with people who are being kind of stupid and immature and irresponsible with it. Try to make sure that the protesters around you are being disciplined and smart about it. Another thing about that too, do not point your gun. The term brandishing, what brandishing technically doesn't mean just having a gun and, like, having it around. Brandishing means that, like, you're kind of like you're pointing it at people, you're threatening people with it. And so this goes hand in hand with a very kind of basic, fundamental gun safety standard, which is you never point the gun unless you intend to kill the thing that you're pointing it at. And obviously, like, don't go around looking for reasons to kill people or anything. But the point is, you're almost 99.9% of the time not pointing it at anyone because you don't intend to kill. To take a life is, like, the last resort. So in other words, you don't want to be pointing it at anybody. Don't be joking around about it. Don't be pointing it towards yourself in joke and jest. I've seen videos of people pointing guns at themselves, like I don't know, messing around and stuff like that, and they accidentally pull the trigger and it goes off and they shoot themselves. So, you're carrying it, barrel should be pointed down to the ground. You don't be pointing it and waving it around people. Don't be doing that. Be responsible about it. But I am glad to see that there are more people that are starting to recognize that, hey, we also have right to own firearms and to be carrying. And if the right-wingers are going to be going around intimidating everybody with it and trying to protect their rights, then we should be doing the same, because our rights are actually getting infringed. They just kind of pretend that they are all the time and play the victim. Like, we're actually kind of under threat from having our rights infringed upon. So You have that right too. Every LGBT person has a right to own firearms in this country. Every liberal person, every feminist, every woman, you have that right. It's not just for Republicans, right-wingers. It's for you too. You know, also if you get a firearm, go to the range every now and then. Practice your shooting. Make sure you're comfortable with the firearm that you have. Firearms have a lot of recoil. It's easy to fire them if you've never had any training with them, and you know you get a lot of jerk back. So you want to make sure that you have proper control, proper technique, and that you can actually aim it at a target. I mean, one of the things with the Renee Good ice killing was that if you watch the video, there's really no good explanation for the, people will argue over the initial shot. There's really no good explanation, and it's good to kind of point this out because we will focus in debate on that initial shot in front of the, to the front side of the vehicle. But I don't think right-wingers have a good argument for why he had multiple shots towards the side of the vehicle when he was outside, on the side, completely on the side of the vehicle, reaching in through the window and shooting her 2 times. His life was not in danger at that point. And I think that there was an autopsy report that was recently released said that the wound that actually killed her came from the side. So it seems like that initial shot kind of to the front side of the vehicle is not the one that killed her. It was one of those 2 unnecessary shots that were from the side that killed her. That's worth pointing out to people. But yeah, one of the issues with that is that when you're shooting, you want to also think about what's beyond the target. Because if that bullet misses the target, if that bullet goes through the target, comes out on the other end, do you know that you're not putting other lives in danger that are beyond the person that you're firing at? Let's say that you had like a perpetrator fleeing a crime, and there's someone trying to shoot them for whatever reason. You have to think about, like, if you're in a crowded area, you can't just start shooting at someone running away. Like, there's other people around, you can shoot somebody else. And at that point, if the whole idea of you shooting that person is that you're trying to neutralize a threat, if you're the one shooting into a crowd and you're hurting other people, that kind of defeats the whole purpose, right? Like, you're not really neutralizing the threat. At that point, you've become the threat. So, good safe gun practices. Trigger control, not pointing it unless at people, unless you absolutely last resort intend to fire, and pay attention to your surroundings. Pay attention to the other people that are around you, that you're not just firing wildly into a crowd of people. Eisen, what the hell? Need you to tank, my guy. Does he have like I need to look at his abilities. There's got to be like an ability that he has that draws the attention of the enemies towards him rather than attacking me. Right. Let's see, I'm curious what his techniques here are. Outside of that, the other thing I wanted to say, get to this in a moment here. I want to see what his abilities are. Oh, it doesn't even tell me. See this. Okay. Yeah, the other thing I wanted to say is to not overemphasize one particular incident or talking point. Like this whole Renee Good thing. This might be an unpopular take. I think that sometimes liberals and left-wingers can kind of overdo this story, kind of beat the point into the ground. You always have to consider your audience. Your audience is the general public. The audience tends to have a pretty short attention span, kind of move on to the next thing. And if you put all of your eggs in the basket of like one specific event or talking point, I feel like you run the risk of just putting all of your eggs in one basket. There's a lot of different things to talk about. There's a lot of different things that we want to keep the public attention on. And I think we got to be careful sometimes. The Trump strategy is to always do things that are kind of wild and exceptional to get us to talk about it. And a lot of times we take the bait on that, and it allows us to forget about other things. A good example of this is going to be the Epstein files. Epstein files fell out of the media cycle, and everybody was kind of warning about this. Like, don't let them distract from the Epstein files when they're trying to distract from the Epstein files. But they did. They were successful in doing that. We're talking about a lot of other things now, other than the Epstein files. They're still past due on the Epstein files. It is per law. This isn't like an opinion. This isn't like God damn it, you guys saw that. They literally are. They're violating the law. The law that was passed by Congress was that they were supposed to release all of the files, not some of them, all the files. What was it, like December 16th or something like that? So we're like a month past due. And have they even released like a new tranche of them yet? I don't think they have, right? Past like the initial like 1% of files that they released the first time. I don't think they put out any like a new set of them yet. So this is unacceptable, and they've managed to divert the attention away from it with things like Greenland, with things like the Renee Good ICE situation. They started surging ICE like around this time. So the killing of Renee Good kind of coincides with that. But remember, the reason they started surging ICE was specifically so that they could take attention away from the Epstein files, and they were kind of successful in doing that. So we need to remember that there are a lot of different topics out there, and that it's the general public that we're trying to shift and convince. It's not people that think like us, because the people that think like us already think like us. We already have, we already more or less have their votes or their support. It's the people that are in the middle. It's the people that work day jobs who don't really follow politics. We need to focus on those people, and you know, how long can we keep them outraged about Renee Good, for example? And I don't mean to say that to be insensitive. I'm just being like very clear-eyed about it. Like, how long can we genuinely keep the public focused on that one particular story? I don't know. I don't know how much political capital exists in that. I don't think it's as much as a lot of people do. So I think sometimes we need to kind of take a step back and think about, like, what do the right not want to talk about? What are they trying to shift attention away from? What do we need to kind of shift the focus back onto? And of course, that's not to say that ICE extremism and violence and overstepping of their authority isn't a topic that we want to keep the public focused on. But if you're going to talk about that topic, there's a lot of aspects that go into that. It's not just the killing of Renee Good. There's, well, how many has it been? It's been like, what, 50 people that have died in ICE custody since the beginning of 2025, or for the year of 2025? How many, I'm going to type this over fast. How many died in ICE custody? 2025. 32 people. Okay, so like there are other stories we could be talking about. There are other things that are worthy of public outrage and attention. Another thing too would be like the Supreme Court case. ICE tried to get the Supreme Court to okay racial profiling, and the Supreme Court okayed racial profiling. I think they call it Kavanaugh stops. Like, I don't think the general public is aware of that. Why are they not aware of that? If you ask the average person, they're probably aware of the Renee Good killing, but they're probably not aware of the racial profiling case for the Supreme Court. That's not acceptable. We need to, talk about those things. We need to be focused on those kind of things. We need to focus the public conversation on those sorts of things. There are still people that were shipped off to places like CCOT who we're not supposed to, who courts, you know, said we're not supposed to, and we don't talk about it anymore. Like, let me look this up. How many people were wrongfully deported by ICE? Deported by ICE in 2025. Because everybody knows about Kilhar, Brago Garcia, but there's a lot more people. He's just one story among many. There was that that barber. I hate that we call him the gay barber, because like, why do we know those two things about him? It seems kind of like it shouldn't matter whether he's a gay barber or not. But like, yeah, you have the gay barber who was deported. Did he ever come back? He's not a barber, sorry, he's a makeup artist. How sad, too, by the way. This guy was shipped off to a foreign country, and all we know about him, all that we refer to him as, is as a gay makeup artist. It's kind of stupid. His name is André Hernandez Romero. Not even a household name, but like, these are things that we could and should be talking about, right? So did he ever return? Was released from prison in July 25th and returned to Venezuela, ending months of detention where he faced torture and starvation, though his journey to the U.S. dream was cut short, leaving him traumatized. So it doesn't seem like he was ever... Doesn't seem like they ever brought him back. In 2024, immigration officials misrepresenting his crown tattoos deported him to court without a court hearing. 2024? I think they have the date wrong here. Return and release. He was part of a prisoner exchange and sent back to Venezuela. He's back with family, planning potential work and makeup, but still processing trauma. Okay, so he has returned. Okay, that's good. So, like, how many other people does this apply to? There's probably like a dozen or more. Maybe even a couple dozen. Who were deported because these two individuals are only just the two individuals that the media talked about. They're just one small sliver. So, like, we should talk about that more, right? So I just wanted to point out is that sometimes we get lost in the media cycle and what the media is putting in front of us, and we lose perspective of, like, there's a lot of different things out there, and we shouldn't just allow kind of the media and social media to kind of dictate what we're paying attention to and what we're focused on. We want to kind of shift the framing of things, shift the way that people engage with and focus on different topics. Case in point, the Jack Smith testimony today. How many people know that's going on? I doubt it. I doubt that many people at all know that that's going on. And that's kind of sad. This is the Jack Smith cases that he had against Trump are probably some of the most damning cases in U.S. history, some of the most impactful cases in U.S. history. And how many people care about it? How many people talk about it? It doesn't really happen. So, yeah. Anyways, I guess that's everything that I want to talk about with respect to politics. I know some people come and watch for politics, but kind of case in point for me. I mean, one of the reasons that if you watch my content, if you catch my videos, I don't always talk about all of the top headlines that everybody else is talking about, is that I try to be aware a lot more than other people of this whole dynamic of letting the media cycle kind of dictate what I'm focused on and talking about. There are certain stories that I don't think are important and worth talking about and worth directing people's attention to. And I try to make sure that I don't fall down that trap of getting lost in the sauce or that kind of thing. Like, I'm trying to think. There was an example recently of a story that a lot of outlets were reporting on that I thought when I saw people talking about it, I was like, this is the kind of stuff that's just like headline slop that nobody cares about. That's not going to shift the needle. But I can't. I'm trying to think what that was. What story was that? I wonder, some of the moves that my character has are like Mind Crush, or like, I don't know. I don't know what they're technically called, but they're like force abilities that are supposed to like get into the mind of the opponent. And I just wonder, I don't know if this game is sophisticated enough, but like canonically, should this even be able to work on a droid? Like, they don't actually have like an organic mind. Should I be able to do things like Mind Crush? It's kind of weird. I don't know if the game is that detailed. I doubt it is. Oh shit, my HP is low. Oh. What I get for paying attention to multitasking. Okay. Alright, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to look on the Adam Mockler channel, because as much as I like Adam Mockler, his channel, sometimes when I see the headlines of his channel, it's that exact example of topics that I think aren't really super important. Now, I can kind of understand why a lot of the streamers and people on our side talk about these topics, because they are like, they're attention grabbing and they probably help grow their channel and everything, but it's like a double-edged sword. Yes, we're getting attention. Yes, we're getting eyes, but we're also reinforcing that these are the sorts of things that the media cycle should be focused on. So let me look at his headlines real fast. Trump rushes home after health scare. Like, does this really matter? Does anyone care? Like, who is this for? Right? And let me show you. Gotta pull it up here. No, I don't want that one. I want this one. I want the smaller window. So, the health scare. And sometimes I see people talk about this, like, is Donald Trump, like, is he mentally declining? How's Donald Trump's health? Here's the thing. No one cares about that. Who is this for? It's not for anybody. Liberals don't care about Donald Trump's health. If anything, like, the sooner that guy can croak, the better, right? I think most people, like, you know, the sooner he has to leave office because he has a health emergency or whatever, the better. I don't think any liberal or any progressive or any left-winger cares about that. When you try to frame it as like, oh, you know, we should all care about how the president is doing because all of us have an interest that the president is healthy. It's like, you're not fooling anyone. Most people are not going to look at you as a liberal or a leftist or whatever and think like you genuinely care about Donald Trump's health for the good of like the presidency and stuff. Like, no, you don't care. So that's number one. Number two, the right doesn't care about this because the right, the people who support Donald Trump, they live in this world where any negative thing that you say about Donald Trump, anything where you're trying to like portray him as weak, they just shut themselves off from that criticism. That criticism, like they have an impenetrable shield against that criticism. They're too used to people trying to mock Trump, put him down, you know, make fun of him, make him appear weak. They know that you're trying to do that. They know the angle that you're going and trying to do that, but you don't have credibility in their eyes, and they're so defensive after years of this that it's not salient with them. So this kind of headline, I just don't think it pushes anything in any direction forward. It's news headline slop. No one cares about it. No one genuinely cares about Donald Trump's health. Okay, that's an example where it's something that you're never going to hear me talk about because I just don't think it moves the needle. Let's see, what's another one? Mike Johnson ruins his career for Trump. No one cares about this either. Spoiler alert, fun fact for everybody that's not aware, the right-wing MAGA voters, they do not give a shit about Mike Johnson at all. He's just an expendable tool for them. If anything, they probably look at him as the establishment, and they only care about him insofar as the establishment is afraid of Donald Trump, and so they're cucking out to Donald Trump. As long as he's afraid and he knows his place, they don't care about him. They don't care about his career. They don't care about his health. They don't care about what he actually thinks. No one cares, right? And for us, for our voters, you know, liberals, leftists, and stuff like that, we also don't care about his career. If his career tanks, that's great for us. We don't really care, right? So who is this kind of news headline for? No one cares about it. Okay, let's see what else we got here. Trump leaks text. Okay, so Trump leaked text that he had between other world leaders. Again, I think this is an issue, but you have to keep in mind, like, I am a little bit more politically engaged and mindful and understanding of like kind of political systems and the implications of those things than your average person. To your average person, what do they care that Donald Trump leaked messages that he had with other world leaders? They don't care. It doesn't matter to them. They don't understand why that's an issue. Okay, so then you have to explain all that, why it would even be an issue, right? That's an uphill battle that you need to fight. And then his voters don't care because his voters kind of have a mentality of like, fuck everyone else, fuck the rest of the world. And we don't like, you know, the status quo way of doing things anyway. So if you try to tell them like this is like a standard operating procedure about how things are supposed to work and how we're supposed to respect, you know, the confidentiality of like diplomacy between other nations, they don't care. So who is this for? This doesn't appeal to anybody. There's another one where it's an example of something you're never going to see me bring up or talk about because it doesn't move the needle. Trump is brutally booed. Okay, like this is, I would maybe make a passing reference to this. It's important, I think, to sometimes culturally show people that Donald Trump isn't as popular as people think he is, that you don't need to like cuck yourself out. You don't need to like be shy about being anti-Trump, that there's actually a lot more people out there who agree with you. So I think it's useful for that. But on the other end, I don't think it's worth all of that much time and attention because I don't know if this really moves the needle too much. What else do we got here? Christy Gnomes panics as ICE footage exposes her. Okay, well, I know the context of this clip. That's not too bad. I don't think that's too bad. Trump shocks everyone in leaked letter. The European tariffs. Okay. The ICE leak is useful. Like that's a good topic. Trump throws Pam Bondi under the bus as cover up nuked. Not sure what this one's about. Stephen Miller melts down. Okay. GOP revolt could kill Trump's term. Yeah, people say this every couple months or even every couple years, and it just never really materializes. I think it's time to stop falling for the copium on this. You'll see headlines all the time like, you know, the GOP is finally like behind closed doors. A lot of Republicans are ready to flip on Trump. Okay, I'll believe it when I see it because they've been saying that for a long time. These kind of stories, slop. Doesn't really matter. What else we got? Oh, or Trump flipped off an auto worker. No one cares about this. His fans think it's cool and it's based and awesome for him to be belligerent like this, so they don't care. And then our people, our voters and stuff, we already know that he doesn't respect and that he's uncouth and that he's belligerent towards especially people who don't like him. We already know that. So who is this for? Who does it appeal to? What? It's not shifting anything, right? So let's just give you an example of the kinds of things that I don't usually talk about because I just don't think it's super useful. Here's another one, the Nick Shirley guy. Like, I feel like this is a thing that's going to fade out of the media cycle pretty quickly. A lot of people really dived in on trying to character assassinate Nick Shirley. And I don't mean that in a bad way. Some people's character deserves to be nuked, right? And he's probably one of them. But I just question how much, like how important is it? Because Nick Shirley at this point in time is not that significant of a figure. He's not that popular. We might be giving him more attention than he would have had if we just didn't really talk about him too much. But a lot of commenters like spend a lot of time almost like it's almost like a thou doth protest too much. Like you're your overreaction is almost giving him more attention than he would otherwise. So it's one of those things where I would have just kind of let it die, let it kill itself. I might have talked about it, the whole Minnesota fraud thing. I think I might have mentioned it a few times, but I don't think it's like I wouldn't spend a whole like hour, 2 hour video over analyzing his claims and his videos and everything. I just think it makes him more popular than he even needs to be. I think many people are gonna like super latch on to this character. I think they just see him as a like his story. It's a little bit astroturfed by Republicans in the administration to give him pretext to crack down in Minnesota. But other than that, he's just a drop in a pond, and he's probably going to disappear in the media cycle in a week or so. So if I would have talked about it, I might have just done a quick thing showing like, hey, you know, this fraud stuff, it already happened. Like it happened 2 years ago. Democrats were in the state had already investigated it. People were already prosecuted for it. They're bringing up old news to try to like shift your attention away from things. The amount of people that are involved, the amount of Minnesota Somalians, like 89 of them or something like that. There's like a couple hundred thousand. There's like 11,000. How many? How many Somalians in Minnesota? There's between 80,000 to 100,000. So it's like not even. It's like less than 1% of the Somalian population in Minnesota. So I don't know why no one's brought up that statistic yet, because people try to make the case that like, hey, it's not fair, it's not good to try to characterize an entire population off of like a few bad apples, right? Which is true, it's fair, right? But I don't know why no one's brought up like the actual number here. It's like it's literally less than 1%. I think when I did the math, it's like 0.8%, not 8%, 0.8%. So it's a minority of a minority. It's not worth really getting worked up over. And I would have just kind of debunked it like that pretty quickly and then moved on. I think we gave too much attention to that story than it needed to have in the first place. All right, what are we doing here? Where are we going? Power the gun emplacement to shoot down insert. Where's this installation? By the way, if you guys ever turn into my streams or watch my videos, right? I want to get more audience engagement. Obviously, I don't have any much at this point in time. If you guys got videos you want me to react to, send those to me. If you have a topic that you want to discuss, or that you want me to discuss, ask me about it. If you got a challenge against me, if you think I'm wrong about something, bring that up, right? I'm happy to talk about these things. I'm not, I don't have any reason to run away from them. Pretty confident about the positions that I hold in my way of navigating these topics, so bring them up. Don't be shy. I would like to also, as we get more audience members time, when I do streams like this, it would be nice to have topics and have videos that are given to me by people, and then we have something to kind of react to while we're doing other things. So hopefully we kind of get to a point there. I have a Discord server. You guys are welcome to join. I also have a subreddit. I got banned from subreddit. I'm a little bit conspiratorial about why, but whatever. We're gonna leave that be. So I can't even manage the subreddit, but it is there, and you're able to join it. So you guys could post stuff on there too. You guys post stuff on there, I can look at it and we can talk about it. I can react to it. Okay, what is going on here? What do I gotta do? And it doesn't have to be politics, by the way. Talk about other things that are going on, social issues. I would like to foster, if possible. We talk about men's issues. We talk about how the left doesn't have a lot of people who talk about it. If you're a young man, right, as cringe as it might sound, and you got questions, you need a little bit of guidance or whatever. I'm not going to pretend like I have the answer to everything, but I'm a 30-year-old boomer, okay? I've seen some things. I've heard some things. So, I want to create a space that's safe to talk about those sorts of things. We talk about men's issues, and it doesn't have to be like, I'm gonna shut it down or anything like that. I'm gonna call you an incel for asking. It's a legitimate issue. I want to talk about it. It's worth talking about. I think young men face a lot of struggles in society. That's not to say that women don't either. It's just to say that men do, right? And they do. I think a lot of young men are trying to figure out what their place is in the world. And I remember being your age and remembering like having a lot of anxiety about the about where my life was going, or feeling like stagnant, feeling like struggles around dating and struggles around maintaining friendships, all sorts of other things. So you got topics like that, let's talk about those too. This is a safe place, okay? Even if you're a white male, okay? We love our white males. What the hell am I supposed to do here? What the fuck? Supposed to do this like in a certain sequence. Alright, if these are supposed to be like electrical conduits, be linked to something. They're not. They're all kind of linked to each other. They don't seem to be linked to some external power source. Jury-rigged. I don't think it's jury. It's jerry-rigged. It's jerry-rigged. Why do they call it jury-rigged? Jury-rigged, makeshift and improvised, often using whatever is at hand, similar to jury-rigged. Oh. So jury-rigged means cheaply made. Oh, and jury-rigged is an actual thing. It means it's temporarily fixed. I guess jury-rig comes from like some kind of nautical origin. Okay. The jury-rigged Imperial grid has been discovered in the ruins of Tekken 4 and the northern Markaran Waste. The grid is tied to an inactive Imperial gun placement. By restoring power to this abandoned station, you could use the attached anti-craft platform to take down and scavenge one of the Imperial supply ships that frequent the area. These ships hold valuable cargo and could aid Republic initiatives. You will need to activate all of the transformers to take control of the gun emplacement. Due to the makeshift wiring, activating or deactivating a transformer also flips the status of all connected transporters. Sort out the confusing wiring and commandeer the... Okay. So every time we flip one, the other ones go out. Okay, so then we gotta think about this. Almost like a math problem. Okay, if I flip this one, then these two flip off. So if I flip this one goes off. And that one goes off. And then... Oh. But then if I flip this one, that flips the state of this one back to being on. Flips the state of that one back to being on. Then it flips this one off. So then I flip this one, flips that one back on. It seems like too much work. Yeah. Like I am figuring it out, but it's... What we want to do is we want that when we flip this last one. I think, unless we flip this one first. flip these off. Let's try this. Let's just gonna force it. Flip that one off. Should have flipped these ones off. Or flip these ones off. That should have turned that one off. How do we know if it's on or off? Is that on? Because it's lit up like that? That one's on. Hold on. Oh, okay, it's on. Okay. Now these two are off. So if I flip this one, it should turn the other one on. That one's on. And that one's on. Oh, okay, and all three are on now. We have that one on. This one is off. And if I flip... If I flip... I can't flip this one, it's going to turn these other ones off. If I flip this one, it turns that one off. If I flip that one, it turns on. That one off. Problem for me. The key here, I don't know if you call this like mathematically or whatever, but the key here is this last one, I think. Maybe it's the centrally located one. This is the only one that's tied to 4. The other ones are tied to 3. No. This one's tied to 3. This one's only tied to 2. This one's tied to 3. It's tied to 2. 3. Cannot flip this one without... Well, if I flip this one on... If I flip this one on, that one turns off. This one turns off. On. That. Well, you know what? I hit that one. One turns off. This one turns off. This one turns on. Okay. And then once I hit this one, that one turns that one back on. Turns. And that one back on. I don't know. We're gonna go with our instincts a little bit. I don't want to sit here and overthink it. Okay, that one's on. That one's on. That one's on. We have everything on but this middle one. But I don't know if I hit this middle one. I think I'm gonna turn those other ones off. I don't know if it'll just trigger it. It probably will. Okay. So. We hit this one. That one turns on. That one's off. This is just the kind of puzzle keep me entertained for a while. Also, it's off. Flip this one on. That. Can't. I flip this one on, it's going to turn. I got that one on. I have the middle. That one to the side. I need this last row. So if I can't flip that one there. If I flip the one there, I'm going to turn this one on. This one's going to be a problem because it'll cascade. Anytime I hit it, I flip too many of the other ones off. So what I want to do, I need to turn this one on. If I flip this guy, turns this one on, turns this one on, and it'll turn this one off. Shit. Turn this one off. Flip that one now. I turn. I flip that one, it turns this one on. Okay, hold on. Oh, let me do this. If I flip this one off, turns that one on. Turns that one on. I think this middle one might be the key. This middle one might be the one that I have to do last. Actually, let me try. No, I can't. Okay. If I flip this one on last, it turns this one on. This one on. Or I should say it flips the state. And that one. Oh, wait a second. I don't know. Let's go with my intuition. Okay, that's on. This is on. That one's off. If I flip this one, turns that one off, turns that one off. Then when I flip this one, it'll turn this one on, this one on. If I flip this one, that one on. Oh, but I turn this middle one off. Flip this one, I turn this one on. Turn this one off. I flip that one, I'll turn that one on. Turn that one off. And this is interesting. Puzzle. I could just look up the answer, but I figure this out. Now, alternatively, if I flip this one off, turn this one off, and I turn this. That one's off, that one's off, that one's off. Flip this one, that one's off, that one's off. Bug it. Okay, what do we have? I flip that one, I turn. If I flip that one, I turn this one on without affecting any of the other lights. And this one on, this one on. And now I would need to turn that one back on. So flip that one. Try that action. This is by far the most efficient way to get experience. Best use one. Okay. So that one is on. I think I got it. I think I freaking got it. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. Oh wait, I thought that one was off already. Oh, that one's off. This one's off. If I flip that one, I turn this one on. This one turns off. Got it. Okay, hold on. Make sure I got this. I turn this one on. It turns this one on. And it turns this one off. So now I have this one off, and this one off. And that is the last step. Okay. So this one turns that one off. Okay, I think that's it. I think I finally got it. Why do I feel like this is like a puzzle in like a Pokemon Stadium gym or something? This is it. I think we got it. There we go. Do I need to do anything? Power the gun to shoot down and search a ship. Got shot down. Oh, they forced me to go in here. There must be like a serum that like my character took. Deliver the Imperial hazmat. Yeah. Gonna take a fast travel. A fast travel marker somewhere over here that I haven't unlocked yet. Yeah. Okay.
My lord, it is an honor to report to someone so close to our glorious Emperor. Imperial Reconnaissance Unit IM-3.
Emperor.
Several of my systems remain offline. I was attacked on patrol by the local resistance. We cannot underestimate these perfidious rebels. Our most recent defeat has given them a significant advantage.
You're standing in a Republic outpost.
Impossible. Though I have observed several lapses in Imperial protocol. I have located the crash site of Shadow Squadron. Poor brave men. The transponders in the damned fighters continue to function. If properly decoded, the Resistance could use the transponders to track other Imperial ships and blast our noble pilots out of the sky.
How would they decode these transponders?
A Republic officer named Sergeant Duran is helping the Resistance. He is responsible for Shadow Squadron's untimely demise. The transponders must not reach Sergeant Durran. They must be destroyed. I will recommend the fleet target his camp.
I'm going to do some real damage.
Show the Republic our superior strength. Leave no survivors. The debris is spread across. I will await further.
Not interesting. I wasn't picking. It's kind of a cool design, these little towers here. I need to level some more level. What do we get? Some of these. Care about this one.
Stand by for examination and suggested product. You are fit for duty. Return to your post.
Sir. If we got any interesting videos to react to. Not something political. General goings on. Oh! Some drama recently. You guys hear about this Kingmaker drama with the Marvel Rivals? I have something super important to talk about with that. I think it's a really important conversation that needs to be had. The important conversation that needs to be had around that topic is that it doesn't fucking matter. This is like the kind of drama people get distracted over. I see other people talking about it online. I guess there was some Marvel Rivals tournament.
Report your ailments.
Sounded like it was kind of a small tournament.
Stand by for examination and suggested product.
There was some drama with
You are fit for duty. Return
one
to
of
your
the
post.
team leaders, I guess, kicked out one of the dudes because the dude wanted to be more competitive. He was telling the other player, like, hey, you need to switch characters. Character you're using isn't going to be very viable. So, they got mad and they kicked him out of the group because the other people on the team were friends and they wanted to play the way they wanted to play, and they got tired of him lecturing them. And all in all, I don't know why the entire internet needs to talk about this topic. I think it's something that is not super duper important in people's lives. It's the way I feel about it, honestly.
Report your ailments.
Stack.
You are fit for duty. Return to your post.
I guess in other news, Turkey Thomas, some drama regarding him, ex-girlfriends that I guess he had, or people that he used to hook up with. I guess they were into like
Reminder, mechanized travel is
rough
for
stuff
official
and
business only.
age play, which I think is pretty
See
cringe.
that there?
And again, it's kind of one of those things where I don't know if this is drama that everybody needs to talk about or think about. I don't know if it's super important to any of our lives. I don't know too much about it. I'm not going to dive into it because it's not that important to me. So I will just say this, insofar as there's social commentary to be made there, obviously, consent is important. I want to make sure the other people are aware of the things that you're doing, intend to do, especially if it's something that's kind of outside the bounds of what people kind of typically do. It's going to be something a little bit more kinky, a little bit more aggressive.
Return to your post.
BDSM, I know a lot of people are into that sort of thing. Like, you know, make sure that you guys have something like a safe word. Make sure that the person, I think the most important thing here is because obviously when you're engaging in like sexual activity, you're not sitting there getting consent for every single little thing. Like, oh, do I have consent to move my tongue 1 inch lower? Okay, what about now? I want to move it 2 inches to the side. Like, no, you're not going to. Obviously, you're not going to do that, right? Where do you draw the boundary on like what things are you supposed to ask for consent on? Because you're not literally asking for every little small thing, right? But I think with it, like with that in mind, I think the most important thing then is to make sure that the other person feels comfortable saying no, feels comfortable expressing when they're uncomfortable about something. I think if you have that established, then things are a lot more safer. Then you don't have to worry as much about getting explicit consent for every single little thing. If the other person is comfortable and you make sure that you have a type of relationship where they are comfortable expressing themselves when they don't want to do something, that's a lot better. I think that's a better model to work with. I think that's a lot more actionable for most people. So yeah, I mean, I think that's what needs to be said regarding that situation. Make sure that the other people, and I think if Turkey Thomas kind of had that relationship with the people that he's hooking up with, he probably could have avoided a lot of this drama. Especially when it comes to BDSM stuff, like the whole BDSM stuff, especially stuff like consent, non-consent thing, which I think is fucking cringe and stupid, but you know, whatever. Other people are into cringe and stupid shit. So, yeah, if you got a safe word like pineapple or whatever stupid, dumbass fucking safe word that you losers are into, because you guys like to make believe and play pretend. I'm gonna be honest. I might be kind of vanilla and everything. I'm gonna keep it very real with you guys. I don't really have any like weird, crazy, interesting fetishes. I just really don't. I'm a very simple guy. I like women. Women are hot. I like the things that women do. So I don't usually have to worry as much about this kind of stuff, but I know that everybody else is a weird fucking gooner into all kinds of crazy, weird, degenerate shit. So if you're going to be into that sort of thing, and if you're going to engage in that sort of thing, make a safe word. Make sure the other person knows that they can say, you know, no to things. Like, it's a very simple conversation to have, too, by the way. Like, hey, you know, like, before we get started, like... Or, like, hey, you're getting started and just take, like, a quick pause and be like, hey, you know, I just want to make sure, like, before we go any further... especially on guys, it's gonna fall on the guy. I know it's not fair. Life isn't fair. There's sexism cuts both ways. In this way, it cuts in your direction, right? As a guy, you're the one that has to kind of make sure that the other person feels safe. So make the other person feel safe. Like, hey, if I ever do anything that makes you uncomfortable, like, you know, I want you to be able to speak up about it. I'm not gonna bully you or put you down or I don't know, ignore what you have to say. Like, you know, I want you to feel free to say if it makes you uncomfortable. And if we need to make a safe word because, I don't know, you think it's cool and interesting and hot to, like, play those fucking consent, non-consent shit. Like, oh, please don't, stop it. Oh, tee-hee-hee-hee. Like, if you want to do that, then, you know, let's make a safe word so that we know that I'm not going too far in a way that makes you uncomfortable. That's all I gotta say on that whole drama. Other than that, I don't really give a shit. I don't know these people. They don't matter to me that much. No offense or anything, but they just don't. So, people on the internet are not real. That's the number one thing that you gotta remember. Turkey Thomas isn't a real person. Except for me, I am real. The only exception. Okay. Alright, what are we doing? Hit the enemy, defeat Imperial snipers. Where are they at? Where are they at? Let me at them. Let me into this area. Dana sniper, right? Oh, we have to fight these stupid droids. Yep. Where are we at EX wise? Halfway forward than me. My goal is by the end of this stream I want to be leveled up to go to Quesh. That's my finish line. God damn! There's a Fess over there getting lit up. You guys could tell I really like that move. Oh, you know what? Some other drama that came out recently. I guess there's some streamer who accidentally on screen revealed that he like saves a bunch of links to like all this like porn, but it's like illegal stuff, like children and animals and stuff. I don't know if it was animals, but you know, I know that children was in there. I don't know. I don't know what to say about it. It's bad. I don't know if I have anything intelligent to say when it comes to that. Oh, you know what? Actually, I will say this. OTK. What have we gotten out of OTK? We've got Oswingold, we got Mizkif, and we have this dude. What was his name? His name's like Laris or something like that. Laracrus, or whatever the fuck his name is. Who cares, right? I am not shocked and surprised at all that a group of people who are like anti-woke, who are anti-PC, who are anti-feminism and women and gaming and shit like that, it is absolutely no surprise to me that these would be the kind of people that are into like lolicon and hentai and underage people. Because I always feel like there's a huge overlap between those communities. If you're against like equality, if you're against like women having a voice, if you're against like having how the fuck did they spawn so quickly? Minorities like advocating themselves and bringing up like issues that they have within a given community. Why is that, right? It's because you don't want standards applied to you in your behavior and your conduct. You don't want people to call you out for bad behavior. And if you're like, you're against Me Too and you're against all that shit, why is it? Because if you're against woke, like what is woke against? Woke is against shit like this. So like it does not surprise me that a group of people who built a career out of being like anti-woke, anti-feminism, anti-PC, anti-advocacy for all these different things, that they would be the kind of people that engage in that kind of content. Like, yeah, no shit. There's a reason why, for example, you got like Dr. Disrespect or like Andrew Tate and like all of these people on the right who are like anti-woke, anti-PC, and you find out that they're like into underage girls, they're into like raping women, they're into like, yeah, it goes hand in hand. When you don't have standards around like kind of like objectifying behavior and mistreating women and stuff like that, of course these are gonna be the kind of people who don't respect boundaries and taking care of other people, obviously. So yeah, so there's that topic. Oh shit. Do this. Oh, I guess when he's in that mode, he's not in fighting mode. Oh shit, Kaisen's dead. Yeah. Okay. We need some background noise. Oh, you know what's funny? Let's watch this in the background. This Reddit mod who had a meltdown. Let's jump on this bandwagon. There hasn't been enough people dunking on him yet. What's this dude's name? SF mod. I mean, do I even want to talk about that actually? Oh, there we go. Yeah, there was this like crazy LSF mod, actually. What's this dude's name? What does he go by?
That is like I could just destroy Charlie.
Sure you can.
A Reddit moderator just made a video.
What is his name? Did he post a link to the video? I don't like nobody posts like the links to the original videos that they're reacting to. Pretty lame. Oh, he doesn't do it either? Oh my god. I like this is bad form. If you're gonna react, put it in your put it in your video description. This guy's channel? Garage sale? No, this is somebody else. I like how if you search this guy, you find everybody else's reaction. Find his video on here. Message to CEO over it. This might be the guy. No, because this only has 107 views. Stale 2000. Stale 2000. What a name. Is this his video? Only like 2 minutes and 59 seconds though.
Hello, Spez, Mr. CEO of Reddit. I hope you have received this public video that I have.
Wait, is this really him? How many views does this video have? 114K? This might be him, maybe. Wait, is this him? What the fuck is this channel? I have no idea. I don't think this is his channel. Must be re-upload this guy's videos. What a weird channel. Let's get my ass to safety. Oh, okay, here's his channel. Yes. This guy has a lot of videos. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it is a elaborate troll because, I mean, he's making, he's getting views. So maybe it was all, you know, yes, he's a lolcow, but maybe he did it on purpose. Maybe he knows that he's a bit of a lolcow. That said, some of these videos are super old. They're like 4 years old. That seems to have a lot of issues with Destiny. Two weeks ago, a message. Oh, this is it, isn't it?
Hello, Spez.
Yeah, it is. Spez, what a name. People's name. Alright, let me make sure you guys can even hear this shit.
Mr. CEO.
Okay. Yeah, so for a bit of context, I guess there's this subreddit called LSF. Stands for Livestream Fails. It's one of the more popular subreddits because it's supposed to be all about like different popular streamers having like crash outs or drama or whatever it may be. So, you know, it attracts a lot of attention, and I guess he was one of the head mods on this subreddit. And I guess they were trying to organize some sort of like sweepstakes event, right? And it turned out like the people that they were partnered with to put on this event were just scammers, and they took a lot of money from people that were trying to participate in this event. And it was going nowhere. They just pocketed the money. It was all fake. And so this lead Reddit mod was banned from Reddit over this. And I guess he has this whole crash out. I've seen clips of this already, and it just makes him look worse. But also, from the clips that I've seen, like this guy thinks he's super important just because he was like the head mod for this subreddit, and it's such terminally online behavior. And he is just like the quintessential Reddit mod. Like he has the look, he has the unbridled sense of self-importance, he has like the characteristics. Yeah, so let's just check this out. This is a nice background noise.
Of Reddit. I hope you have received this public video that I have created and sent to you via your email. If not, I hope anybody who cares about the topic in this video can get this to him in any way that you can. This video is about a topic of deadly seriousness, and that is Reddit moderation and the state of your platform.
The subject of deadly seriousness is Reddit moderation. Does anyone really care that much? It's not that serious. It's just a Reddit dude. I don't even think the CEO that he's saying the video to, like, it makes me wonder if this has to be a troll, because it's hard for me to imagine that someone doesn't have like this level of self-awareness to know that nobody really cares. The CEOs, the leadership of Reddit probably doesn't care because they have like one of the top websites in the world. It's not like they need to take advice from this guy or feel like they need to change anything. Like their website is doing pretty well by itself. And you might argue that sometimes their moderation is unfair. I got banned from Reddit recently, and I think it was totally unfair. But I'm able to recognize that like their moderators and stuff, they're probably not like checking everything with a fine-tooth comb and being like the most accurate possible. They don't fucking care. I'm just a random fucking user of their website. It's not that serious to them. And so in a similar fashion for him, there's got to be a huge lack of self-awareness for him to think that, especially when he got banned, that they're going to listen to his advice on how to make their website better, or that they even think that they need to really change much of anything with their formula. It's working for them.
But first, some background. I'm Brian, or Stale2000, or Tarot Card. I was the top moderator of your #1 gaming subreddit, r/livestreamfail, before I was recently removed from that position by the Reddit Code of Conduct team. I became a Reddit moderator.
Also, to call it like your top Like a video game sub? Like, is that even accurate? It's maybe one of the top streaming subreddits that are out there. And I know that most streamers do like video game content like I'm doing right now and stuff, but like, can we really say that it's... Are you serious? We just killed this guy. We just fucking killed this guy and he respawns already. I don't think people are going on LSF to discuss video games and to discuss video game topics outside of streaming. So to say it's like one of the top video game sites, it just seems kind of weird to me. I don't think that's accurate or true.
Moderator for one reason, and that is because I think that Reddit communities and correspondingly its moderators have massive power and influence, and for some reason nobody seems to notice, care, or take this seriously. Least of all its moderators or the company. In this video...
Do you think, I bet you this is the kind of guy that tells women that he's like one of the top Reddit mods in the world and thinks that it's like impressive, or like tells friends at parties. We can call them friends. He probably brags about it all the time, which is sad, unfortunately, like to have such a lack of other like important things going on in your life, that being the head moderator of a Reddit subreddit is what you hang your hat on. Because even if you want to say like you have a lot of like influence and control because you're head moderator of like one of the most trafficked subreddits in the world, it's not like most people know who the mods are. Even if you have to interact with the mods, like I'm sure I've gotten banned by mods on different subreddits, and I've made appeals to them. I've probably talked to them in chat. I don't know who they are. I've never bothered to look up their username, never bothered to look into them. Even if you're a head mod at one of the top subreddits, people probably don't really care too much about who you are. No offense or anything, but that's probably true. And this is quintessential Reddit mod behavior, or just any kind of like online community behavior, to think that like you being a moderator makes you super important. Nobody really cares that much. It's not that impressive. You know, I'm glad you have like a hobby and everything. I don't want to shit on your hobby or anything, but like you gotta have a little bit of sense of self-awareness.
I will go over why I believe this, and I will also talk about a code of conduct moderation action that was taken against me due to good faith mistakes that I believe were caused by a clear lack of direct material support that the company gives its moderators. I will end the video by talking about what you spez...
Here's the thing, like, the Reddit community doesn't have to give their moderators any support. There's no reason to. There's no incentive to. The website is popular enough. It gets enough traffic. This is probably one of the least dramatic websites, as weird as that might sound, right? Because when we think of like salacious websites with a lot of craziness going on, we think of places like Twitter or 4chan, even YouTube, because we have really popular YouTube streamers that have a lot of drama mixed up with them. Reddit is almost seen as being relatively clean compared to all these other things. So like, from a PR standpoint, they don't really have much to gain. Their PR isn't really doing bad. They don't really have any issues related to that. So they're not going to, like, even if this guy wasn't banned, even if this guy didn't come off as kind of weird and everything, this video on its own, these recommendations, none of it matters. No one cares. They're doing okay. They don't really need advice from anybody. It's almost like going up to like Coca-Cola and telling Coca-Cola, like, hey, Coca-Cola, you guys need to fix your formula. You guys have issues with your formula. It's not doing as well. It could be doing a lot better if you fix your formula. Why would they listen to you? You're one of the top-selling soft drinks in the world and have been for generations. There's no reason, there's no incentive for them to listen to you. That's a huge uphill climb that you got to make to convince these people that they even need to listen to you, or that they have a problem that requires someone else to come in and give their opinion. There's no reason.
Can do to fix this problem.
And then on top of that, you're someone who just recently got banned for partnering up with like some group or whatever that scammed a bunch of people in their community. Like, that's an actual problem for them. So you have negative credibility with them at this point. There's no reason why they would listen to you.
As well as what I and other communities can do in case Reddit does not.
As well as what I and other communities. You're not a community, bro. I know you probably didn't mean it that way, but it's a little bit, it almost seems like a bit of a Freudian slip, right? Like going to speak on his own sense of self-importance. It's not that serious.
Not solve this very serious mismanagement problem
Very serious.
regarding the lack of support that is given to moderators. First, I will go over the code of conduct action and why I was removed as the top moderator of r/livestream.
Because you fucked up,
this
bro.
Sounds like stupid internet drama, I know.
It is.
But I'm going to talk about how this is a very clear example about how
It's super
Reddit's
serial.
mistakes causes very serious problems to Reddit's community and the
It's so tone deaf too, to be the one that fucked up, and then you're saying it's Reddit, like the website's fault. They just banned you. It's their fault that you know, issues were caused and everything. No, bro, it's your fault.
the company as a whole. Here's what happened. There was an announcement related to a live stream related game show called $1 Million Fan. It was basically a game show like Survivor or Big Brother where fans of a streamer compete in different challenges with an influencer or a streamer for various prizes. The kicker here is that there was a grand prize of $20 million, supposedly.
$20 million,
This was supposedly going to be aired on Amazon Prime, and it was also confirmed to be including a couple of mid-sized and large streamers like...
When he says confirmed that they have these mid to large size streamers, I wonder if that's actually true or not. Or this is somebody who was scammed by whatever this group is that pretended that they were going to put on this event. If he was scammed and he fell for it, like, what are the odds that him thinking that there are actually streamers that were going to participate in this? Like, can we even trust him when he says that too? I don't know. I don't really believe that. I don't buy that either.
Alexandra and Andrea Botez, Extra Emily, Canute, and a few others. Additionally, the opportunity was supposedly brought to these streamers by a company called Mythic Talent, which is a well-respected streamer.
Now, Mythic Talent I have heard of, so I think that's an actual thing. I could see how, if they were actually involved, and that's a question. I don't know if they were actually involved. If they were actually involved, I could see how you might fall for it. But then that becomes a question too, is like, how does Mythic Talent fall for this kind of thing?
Agency that represents hundreds of live streamers. I heard about the game show a few hours after it got announced by a couple major live streamers. It sounded like the perfect type of content for a live stream fail. I mean, reality TV, game show, live streaming, gaming, that's perfect for LSF, which is about fun, crazy content about kind of live streaming gamers. So when I heard about this, I was very excited. I immediately reached out to the organizers to see if we could set up some sort of a collaboration. This collaboration would just be to get cool content on the subreddit. No, financial incentives, no moderators being paid, basically none of anything like that, just fun, cool stuff for the community in the subreddit. For collaborations, the first obvious thing that came to mind was, how do we get their content on the subreddit? Either some superfans or some editors could clip some cool hype moment from the show and then post it to the subreddit. But I also had a stretch goal, and that was, what if LSF could be part of the show in some way? I don't know, there could be like a LSF-themed best clip contest. Like, contestants compete in one of the kind of small challenges, they make the best clip, and then somebody kind of wins a prize at the end. It was a stretch goal though. So I reached out to the organizers, and to my surprise, they immediately understood what LSF was, what power it had, and they even agreed to the stretch goal of like the cool competition to have in the actual show. From my perspective, this felt like one of the coolest things that a subreddit has ever done. I mean, being in a freaking reality TV show in a topic that's directly related to the subreddit.
Why are these things
how
responding
awesome.
so quickly?
And then, maybe I could leverage this to get even more opportunities, either for our subreddit or for other subreddits across the entire platform. That's how I felt, at least. And that's clearly not how it worked out. After they agreed to kind of a couple of these kind of requests that I had in my stretch goal, they immediately started moving very quickly. We wrote up an announcement and they wanted this out within like 24 hours. So we quickly worked to make an announcement together, and I posted it the next day. When I posted it...
I wonder, I'm gonna Google real fast, I'm curious about this. Because I mentioned this a few minutes ago. I wonder, so Mythic Talent is an actual established, like I don't know what you would call them, like talent management agency or something. I'm curious, when he says they were involved, were they actually involved? Do we actually have any confirmation that they're actually involved? Or was this something that he got bamboozled on as well? I don't know why the people in this area respond so quickly. Kind of weird. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Let's look this up. Mythic Talent. What was this? Streamer competition? I don't know what the fuck you call this. $1 million fan. $1 million challenge? Whatever the fuck it's called. So Mythic Talent $1 million challenge refers to a recent viral marketing stunt or offer from Mythic Talent, a creator management agency potentially involving a significant I wonder too. Mythic Talent. What is the background on this company? The VTuber Awards. These people don't even have a... Oh, is it Mythic Entertainment, maybe? Mythic Entertainment, formerly BioWare Mythic, EA Mythic, Interworld Productions. Is it the same thing? Control F. Mythic. No. They don't pop up on there. I want to make sure that this is even the same company. Mythic Talent. Is a... Well, that's the logo, actually. Okay, the logo's not really... Bro, what the fuck? What is this website? Like nothing but freaking lolicon all over. I fucking hate streamers, bro. I hate them because how adjacent they are to like this anime gooner fucking behavior. Anyways, full service magic company that specializes in assisting content creators. It was founded in 2023, so it's very... What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Oh, VTubers. There's your first problem. There's your first red flag. I see VTubers, I see a full roster of quote-unquote talent, and they're all fucking gooner bait, hentai, lolicon, VTubers. Red flags already. Like, who are we appealing to? Kind of talent we have? Like, all this shit's fucking immature. But where does this company come from? Where are they, like, who founded this shit? I don't see any, it says like no information on it. Is this stuff associated with the VTuber Awards? And oh, there's a Wikipedia. Oh, there's not. In June 2022, OTK announced partnership with a production company, We Play Esports, as well as unveiling of a Los Angeles-based content studio. The first event held under the partnership was the OTK Games Expo, which showcased nearly 30 video games from various indie developers. In August 7th, 2022, OTK, along with YouTuber and Twitch streamer Critical, announced the founding of Starforge Systems, a technology company focused on building computers. I mean, can we really call that a technology company? Buying a bunch of computer components from other companies that actually are technology companies and then just assembling it? Like, can I call myself a technology company because I managed to put a fucking computer together? Come on now. That was quickly met with backlash due to allegedly high prices of their products. The company responded by decreasing their prices by $100. That's kind of weird. Like $100 across the board? That kind of scales differently depending on what the overall price of the product is. Anyways, it was announced that former Artesian Build COO, now defunct pre-built PC company, Nick Dankner, will be the CEO of the company. OT announced and founded. Oh, okay. So Mythic Talent is like a subsidiary of OTK, the company's talent management company, in February 2023. Red flags already. OTK, a bunch of fucking losers like Mizkif and Osmongold. It was co-founded by OTK members Osmongold and Tips Out. What the fuck is a Tips Out? Bro, when people go back in history and they read like what was going on in our time period, and they have to read shit like fucking, oh, Tips Out and Mizkif and OTK and Mythic Talent, like all these weird fucking names and shit. It's embarrassing. How'd I get killed? Who killed me? Yeah. I don't get killed again. Oh. Go hide in the corner. Let's go in the cut corner over here. Okay. Where's that? William Lucas, formerly at Tempo Storm and AFK Agency, as the CEO. On June 2023, OTK announced the launch of game publishing company Mad Rushroom during the OTK games. Okay. So, I mean, I think this kind of answers my question behind how does a talent agency make this mistake? It's because it was founded by a bunch of fucking loser streamers. Like, the professionality of this company is probably already in a, a little bit questionable. And they're pretty new. They were founded in 2023. So, I mean, how much can you expect from a company like this? So. And then the second question is, were they actually involved? So potentially involving a significant prize for a creator to win, possibly related to content creation and fan engagement. A talent management company for streamers and creators launched by OTK and William Lucas. Leaked pitches suggested a new show concept, $1 Million Fan, where a fan could win $1 million with other creators involved. That's interesting. I mean, that $1 million is a lot of money for a competition like this. These are from relatively new companies. Like, how much money are they actually operating with to even float, paying out a reward prize like that? Like, it's $1 million, not even counting all the other production costs and hiring talent. And I don't know if they plan to rent out space for this and have equipment that they're renting out and setting up and paying for security and all the other shit. This was distinct from the historical James Randi Wait, what? Okay. So, the details might point towards a show where not the classic Mythic Talent co-founder managed major streamers and rumors suggest they created a new show. A huge payout. So, what I'm kind of wondering here is, who was really behind the scam here? Because did Mythic Talent get scammed by this, or was Mythic Talent the one that was behind the scamming? You know what I mean? What is the full story behind this shit? Okay, let's see here. Sportscada. I have no idea what the site is. Okay, let me grab something to eat real fast. It's gonna take me a minute. Let me just grab something to snack on while I'm reading. Look at how badass this fucking Blue Eyes White Dragon and this Red Eyes Black Dragon fucking figure. These are really cool, right? You know why these keep popping up? Because I pre-ordered this shit. They're gonna be fucking badass. I'm gonna have them on a nice shelf that I'm gonna set up here with some nice lighting. But give me a second. Let me grab something to eat, and then we'll dive into this fucking bullshit. Hold on. All right.
Everybody in the comments section.
Oh, wait a second. Okay. All right. So, let's read here what was going on. Okay. So, popular streamers and content creators are collaborating for a reality TV show. Wait a second. They're framing this as if it's still happening. This might be an old. January 3rd. This is a little bit old. $1 Million fan challenge. Need article written on this. Know what you mean? Scam allegation. It seems like no one's really written an article on this. Botez Sisters marketed another scam. Are the Botez Sisters known for marketing scams? What's going on here? I know the Botez Sisters like play chess, but I've never actually seen them. Okay. I feel like people talk about them like they're like super attractive and hot and everything. I mean, yeah, they're okay. Not bad. Not really my type, but okay. I mean, I guess when it comes to like people who play chess, you're probably expecting like a bunch of crusty ass, busted ass dudes, so kind of an upgrade, but still to me. I can't believe I'm going to know your fucking meme to read about this. But here we are. Okay, the $1 million fan scam allegations and livestream fail Reddit mod stale 2000 controversies refer to claims that a streamer-centric game show called $1 Million Fan, MDF, with a 20 million, okay, that's even harder for me to believe, which was supported by, like, an event that would be its very first, like, inaugural year, and you're telling me that they got a $20 million prize pool? I don't know. Seems a little bit sketchy to me. Which was supported by several major streamers, purported to be airing on Amazon Prime, and partnered with Livestream Fails. Subreddit was a scam. Accusations that MDF was a scam went viral in mid-January 2026, and YouTuber Critical posted 2 videos about... Who the hell's Critical? Oh, Moist Critical? Okay. Posted 2 videos about it, in which he pointed out suspicious things on the site and in claims about the show. Oh my god. Apparently the rabbit hole goes really fucking deep. Maybe we should watch the Moist Critical video. I want to understand the context. It sounds like he's the one who did like the initial kind of like reporting on it, I guess. I don't even know if I'll pop up under NF. Which streamer situation is disgusting. Marvel drama. Robots are addicted to getting hit by trains. Pretty relatable. It's a shame this movie is flopping. Videos, this guy puts out a shit one. No wonder he's so successful. Okay. The Twitch streamer show feels like a huge scam. Okay. So this seems to be the start of it. So let's watch this one then.
Yeah, I'm in a bucket hat.
Okay, holy shit. I never noticed how much like swag this guy's got in his room. Is this? Interesting. He's got like a, what do you call these things? The claw from Toy Story. I'm gonna grab my snack real fast. I'll be right back. I'm gonna keep it running though, I can hear it while it's playing.
I'm enjoying it. I'm having fun. Now, a buddy of mine just sent me something that I can promise you no one's having fun with except for the people that were paid to promote it. It is called $1 Million Fan. It is a show which is pitching a $20 million prize pool for what seems to be a load of horseradish. And in case you were wondering, yes, that is an AI mansion on their front page of this contest. At least from everything I can tell, it's an AI-generated mansion. Which immediately should let you know that you're dealing with some high-quality content here. No reason not to trust that. I
mean, the AI mansion part, that wouldn't be like the worst thing, or it wouldn't really like be a huge red flag to me, because I feel like a lot of people are starting to use like AI image generation to make quick marketing. I can get that, but there's probably a lot more to why this kind of comes off as a scam besides just that part.
I can't believe anybody would be pitched this and actually think it's legitimate. Like, it takes 3 seconds of looking on their website to smell the pool.
Let me see.
It is unbelievably foul. Like, there is no world where this happens.
Does this website still exist? $1 Million Fan Challenge. Oh, it does. Okay, hold on. Let's see what this looks like. Now, if like everything on their website was like AI generated, that would kind of be a bit of a red flag to me. But like plenty of streamers, for example, use AI generated thumbnails. Doesn't mean that their content's fake. Holy shit, it's taking forever to load. Their server might not operate anymore. I'm actually kind of afraid to even use their fucking website. Okay. Took too long to respond. Yeah, there might be. This website may not be hosted anymore. Might be a broken link. Okay.
To put in perspective that prize number, $20 million, that is significant.
Yeah, see, that's the thing that tips me off. It's, again, this would be the first time that they're hosting this event, and the prize would be 20 million. Like, let's look at comparable, like, high production reality TV competitions. Reality TV competitions. Competition prize money. Okay, yeah, Survivor. Let's look at the Survivor prize. The main prize for winning Survivor is $1 million. Okay, so think about that for a minute. Survivor, where the contestants, how long is Survivor? I guess film might be a good question. 39 days for classic seasons, and the new era has been shortened to 26 days. So keep in mind, like, for Survivor, this is something that you're competing in for, like, close to a month. The production value that would go into, like, they're traveling all over the fucking world. They gotta hire people to, like, do coordination for events all over the goddamn world. Every country they go to, they put on some kind of, like, event. They're collaborating with people from different countries. And the people that are competing in it only have a $1 million prize. This, on the other hand, is an event that has never taken place before. It's not like, it has no history or track record of success. And you want me to believe that they have a $20 million prize pool. Okay? So let's see, what other game shows are there that we can look at? America Got Talent prize money. 1 million, same thing, okay? What the hell is the challenge? The challenge. What's the challenge? I have never heard of this before in my life. What the hell? Prize. What's the prize for this shit? Well, what is it? $1 million. So, like, a lot of these are like your top production reality TV shows made by, like, big production company, network television, syndicated, all that good stuff. And they only give out prizes that are about $100 million, or excuse me, $1 million at the high end. Right? So, like, this place advertising $20 million is a red flag. That is definitely a red flag.
More than Mr. Beast's Amazon show, and would make it by far the highest grand prize pool in any kind of, like, reality game show history, pretty much. All for a,
seems like
what I believe to be terrible concept for a show as well, about streamers' fans submitting clips, and then...
Oh, is that what it is? Like, I didn't... When it was being described what the show is supposed to be, it did seem really vague. I didn't really sit there and kind of question what exactly they were intending to do, and I was thinking to myself, like, maybe they don't fully have it fleshed out what they want to do yet. But is that really what it is? Is that you just submit clips? That sounds stupid.
I guess going to a mansion or something. I'm still a little confused, because the information they offer is just fucking nonsensical. Like, I feel like I have to be on Fint to even begin to process the words that I'm reading, and...
Maybe that's what happened. Maybe that Reddit mod. You know, I heard that he lives in San Francisco. Wait, is San Francisco already got the fentanyl? I think it does, right? All the people on the streets and shit, like leaning over.
What is supposed
Maybe he was on
contest? So I want to go through this. I want to really get into the weeds here, because this is mind-bogglingly stupid. This is a special kind of scam that I just can't even picture someone falling for. Yet, some streamers have publicly promoted it. I'm assuming they were paid to do so by their talent agency, who was approached by whoever's behind the $1 Million Fan Show to do this. So I imagine some people buy into it, which I can't wrap my noodle around that. This is like the Fire Festival of streamer shows, but even more outrageously fucking dumb. They have a streamers section here,
Big true.
And
By the
I'm
way, the
guessing
Fire
you're all
Festival
paid to
documentaries are
endorse
pretty
this, and I
funny. You
know
gotta
in
watch
Extra
those.
Emily's case, she just had a statement on her stream after her community was letting her know that they believe she had just promoted a scam to them with hawking $1 Million Fan Club. So we'll go over her statement here towards the end of the video. Checking in on the About Us section offers more questions than answers. It's so fucking useless here. You get about as much lore here as you do for the old Urgot League of Legends write-up, where it basically just said Urgot has a dark and mysterious past.
Taxes was feeling.
Oh, it's Urgot.
Now taxes?
So $1 Million Fan is a high-stakes reality television competition built around one simple idea. The fans deserve a seat at the table. Created at the intersection of mod...
Why would they? Language like this kind of always tips me off because it's very clear, like, the people who say it are smarmy and ingenuine. It's like, we believe that the fans deserve a seat at the table. You're ostensibly a multi-million-dollar company. You really want me to believe that, oh, it's all about the fans and we're on your side and we believe in you and blah, blah, blah. Like, I'm not watching Teletubbies, okay? I'm not falling for this shit.
Modern creator culture and large-scale, unscripted entertainment, $1 Million Fan brings everyday fans face-to-face with the creators they support, competing together in real-world challenges for life-changing prizes. This is not a meet and greet, and it's not passive fandom. It's participation, pressure, and performance. This feels like it's an AI generated...
Also, the other thing about this too is like this kind of stuff, like streamers, they don't impress me that much. Like most streamers are kind of losers, to be honest with you. Like they don't. Most of them didn't succeed in anything else in their life. And that's not to hate on them and everything. Like if you made your money being like a personality, an influencer, all the power to you, right? You get to have an easy ass job and you make a lot of money and you have a lot of social relevance for it. Most people wish they could have a life on cruise control like that. I'm not hating or anything, but at the same time, a streamer, do I want to meet streamers that I watch all that much? Like maybe Papa Gut. Papa Gut's pretty funny and cool. He seems like he'd be a fun guy to hang out around. But like other than that, I'm not starstruck over like, I mean, I guess I don't really follow someone like Hassan or anything, but I'm not gonna be like, oh man, I just want to be close to him so bad, and I want them to notice me senpai, and it'd be so cool to like hang out with them, like, whatever. I like watching your content sometimes in the background while I'm doing other shit. Other than that, like, I'm not desperate to fucking meet you at some reality TV show competition or where you have to pretend that you want to hang out with me. I'm good.
Generated About Us section. Each season pairs selected fans with major online creators in a fully produced, on-location competition environment. Contestants are tested physically, mentally, and strategically across a series of escalating challenges designed to reward adaptability, teamwork, and resilience. The result is a show that feels authentic, unpredictable, and genuinely earned. $1 Million Fan is produced with the same standards as top-tier television professional crews, rigorous safety protocols, transparent rules, and a clear separation between entertainment and fair competition. No purchase is required to apply or enter.
The wording of this, I think the wording, it comes off professional. It has like it's not legalese in this scenario, but like it's worded in a way to sound legit. Whoever wrote it, like, hate the player or hate the game, not the player or whatever, like whoever wrote it, like you know what you're doing when you write something like this. You did a good job of writing it. You did a good job of scamming people. But the question should be, and always is going to be like, okay, it sounds good, but what do you actually have to show for it? And if all you have is like an AI generated mansion, when you say on location, like what location? What are you talking about? Like, let me give you an example. There is this like go-kart racing event that keeps getting advertised to me on social media. It sounds cool. It's like they're going to shut down some of the streets in the city, and they supply the go-karts. You pay the fee or whatever. You get to race around the city on these go-karts, and people are going to be like dressed up as like characters and stuff. Sounds cool, right? I have not reserved my spot because when I went to their website to look at it, they say on there that we're still acquiring permits from the city. Okay, well that tells me that you don't even actually know. Like, it gives me less confidence that you're going to have like an interesting, fun event, because who knows? Who knows if you get the permits that you're looking for? Who knows if all you can manage to get permitted are the most boring fucking location, right? So I want to see like I want to see that you actually have a location. And so something like this, where all you have is like an AI generated mansion, when you say it's filmed on location, what location? What are you talking about? Where? And the fact that this has never been put on before, like the event that I'm talking about, something I might want to look at is, okay, has this group, have they put on other events in the past? If they put on other events and they have photos from those events and other people have attended, okay, you know, you guys are legit. If you have never actually put on one of these events, but you're just saying that you're going to have all these things and you don't have a location, you're not specifying anyone that's there, like you're very scant on the specifics, that's a red flag, right?
Fan participation pathways are designed to be accessible, compliant, and audience first. At its core, Million Dollar Fan exists to redefine the relationship between creators and their communities. Fans are no longer just
cringe. I don't want to have a personal relationship with
Creators
these
are no longer
fucking
just personalities.
online losers.
They are teammates. Every moment is rooted in real stakes, real people, and real outcomes. This is reality television built for the internet generation, bigger, bolder, and centered on the people who made creator culture possible in the first place. So who the fuck are you, by the way? This is the About Us section, but you've only told us, like, I guess the elevator pitch on the show. Who is putting this on? Where is the $20 million coming from? Who is the professional television crew here working on this? Like, this is not providing any actual information about the team behind Million Dollar Fan. That should immediately raise some red flags that they're not front-facing with who is even putting...
That's a good point. Even I got a little distracted there by the flowery language that this is supposed to be an About Us section. And yeah, what information are they actually giving about the people? One thing that you might want to see on there in like a typical company website is when it has in like About Us, a lot of times they'll have like pictures of some of the staff. Or in this case, if they're saying it's going to be putting on by the same kind of professional staff that does like reality television, high production events like this, you would expect to see maybe like a few cinematographers on there, maybe a few like event promoters or producers, and actually have their pictures featured. And this About Us section is almost like a way to kind of like distract away from. They're not actually showing you who they are at all.
Putting this on in the first place, or where this prize purse is coming from. They're About Us.
Where's this event supposed to be held?
It's fundamentally just like a high schooler that's cramming for a summer reading book report where they're trying to meet the word count. This should immediately be raising red flags and have you asking some questions like, why are they not being more forward with who is behind this? Is it the fucking Rockefellers? Like, whose identity are they protecting? The Elusive Man or something from Mass Effect? Like, where is this coming from? Who is putting this on and who is putting this together? This About Us section is nothing but meaningless fluff gobbledygook that doesn't actually answer anything or provide any real valuable information about this production and who's responsible for it. And then when you go further to their partners section, they have like a couple of brands listed here. Their 3 listed affiliates are Malwarebytes, Hide Me, and then that mystery affiliate in the middle there is StubHub.
I didn't realize my mic was off this whole time. No, what I was saying was that these affiliates that they're purportedly associated with, the question is, do any of these affiliates actually mention this $1 million fan challenge? Because anyone can say they're affiliated with somebody. I'm affiliated with Brad Pitt. I give Brad Pitt coaching tips, acting, training tips, because I just know everything about film. I know everything about acting. He actually comes to me, right? I could say that. Obviously, that's not the truth. I don't know if I shouldn't have to say that, but obviously that's not true. But I could say it. There's no one stopping me from saying it. The real question would be, does he corroborate that? Does he ever mention me? No, he probably doesn't, right? So I'm kind of curious, like, does Malwarebytes actually mention this? I don't know what Hide Me is, but does Hide Me mention it? Does StubHub mention this event at all? Because if they don't, then that, again, another major red flag there. That's beyond a red flag. That's like Now you guys are full of shit.
To click on it to find that information out. I was a little nervous that I was about to have my fucking identity stolen or something, clicking on a random image from a sketchy website that links me to something outside of it. And their proud partners section actually had me laugh out loud, audibly giggling, not just blowing air out of my nose. I literally laughed a hearty ho 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 like Santa Claus when I saw Livestream Fail is listed as a proud partner of $1 Million Fan. And so I went to the Livestream Fail, and they actually even had a big post announcing this to try and get people to sign up for it. So I guess they're like an official partner of $1 Million Fan. And I was reading the comments from like one of the mods there that was talking about it, and it seems like he's completely fucking clueless on what's even going on in regards to this whole thing. So I don't exactly understand their role in this, or like who's pulling the strings there, the puppet master at LSF that's partnering with $1 Million Fan, but the mods don't even seem to be on the same page.
Here's why that would be a red flag too, by the way. For a, I don't know if you call them a company, whatever you call this organization that's putting on this big, high profile event, you expect them to advertise other high profile organizations that they're affiliated with. If they're shouting out, like if the big partner that they're shouting out that they're happy to advertise and like put to the front, the forefront of what they're doing is a fucking Reddit sub, that's kind of weird. That's you expect them to put bigger name, more professional. Like LSF is not a company, they don't make money, they don't generate revenue. Anybody can start a fucking subreddit. So this is supposed to be like some well-connected, high production value event that's going on. You expect them to be partnered up with somebody a little bit more major, a little bit more mainstream than that.
Page there and don't have any real answers. Then going to IRL buffs is like going to a barren wasteland. This whole website is completely empty. It's like Squidward going to that room to be all alone. This feels like it's a prototype that was thrown together in like a handful of minutes.
The same people who made the website for this $1 Million Fan Challenge probably made the website for this supplement company, which probably also doesn't exist. It's like self-referential. It's just them referencing themselves, basically, but trying to pretend that they're referencing somebody else.
Just for the sole sake of existing on the $1 Million Show site, I'm pretty sure that's an AI-generated image there as well for their products like Anti-Tilt and Aimbot. Like, this whole thing is extremely sketchy to me. There's like no actual information on this website at all. It is just trash. And then their third listed partner, the VGS Robot Wars or whatever, that doesn't go anywhere. You can click the image, but nothing happens. So when it says coming soon, it literally means coming soon. One of their partners, they're still imagineering right now. They have the concept of a partner, but it doesn't actually exist. It's this whole thing,
concepts of a plan.
I truly don't know how anyone could be pitched this and just say like, oh yeah, I'll put my name on that. Now I ended up making an account, Gilman Tookus. I used 10-minute mail. I set up my account. And it seems like there's a lot of monetization here. So you can buy some emote packs up to $5.50 worth of creator emote packs.
What the hell's an emote
give
pack?
You 10 entries into the competition.
I don't even know what that is. This is the kind of like stupid shit that people online buy these days. What the hell is it? An emote pack sounds like a fucking NFT. Remember when everybody was in on NFTs? And there were people like actually trying to convince you that an NFT was a good investment? That went literally nowhere, didn't it? What a stupid idea. What the fuck is an emo pack? I don't know what this means. Oh, is this like something you can use in your Discord, I guess? I guess so.
But
the funny thing is,
worth of creator
these packs, they don't even show you what's in them. They're just question mark boxes. Like, that to me is a red flag, because like out of all the shit that they would like to like hide and keep like a secret and everything, you can't even show me the emotes that you're selling for $2. You need to hide that like it's a big mystery. You don't want to advertise to me with the kind of emotes that you're selling me, really? Or do you just not have them at all? Obviously they don't have them at all. I'm curious though, because some people must have bought these. Did they actually receive anything?
Emote packs, which give you 10 entries into the competition. but they do explicitly make clear numerous times no purchase is necessary to enter, but kind of nudging you a little bit to maybe make a couple purchases. But you can't legally require a payment. You can't legally require someone to buy something in order to enter into some shit like this. So that's there to cover their own ass in the eyes of the law, but they do very much try and incentivize you to spend money here for the $1 Million Fan Show. Going to their official rules, I thought for a brief moment I was going to learn more about the sponsor here, but it's talked so vaguely that it sounds like a Destiny 2 raid boss. The sponsor, $1 Million Fan Reality Show Inc., referred to herein as $1 Million Fan or the sponsor, is a Canadian for-profit corporation.
Again, self-referential, right? Who is our sponsor? Our sponsor is also another company that's named the same as our event organization, which has no history. So then your sponsor also probably doesn't have any history either. And then it's in another country. It's in Canada. Why is it in Canada for?
Operating as a technology and media company that organizes and promotes sweepstakes events. The sponsor operates sweepstakes and skill-based contests.
And then, so then here would be the question is, what contests and sweepstakes do they have to point to in their resume, in their history? Do they have anything? We know what the answer is obviously no, right? But these are the kind of questions that you would be asking.
Experiences and separately provides application review and casting evaluation services. Any producer fees are charged solely for administrative and evaluation services and are not entry fees or consideration for chance. Interestingly, they say the sponsor is a Canadian organization, but the domain, when looking it up on who is registered in Iceland. I don't know, it feels a little odd. It felt peculiar. Maybe that's standard business protocol? Not really sure, but just thought it was something worth mentioning.
They're gonna love my resume, but I gotta find the right word. Not synergy.
Now I bet you're scratching at your neck wanting more details on how to enter, and don't worry, they have this section here that's nice and convoluted. So, how to enter. A. TV show spots. The TV show selection will offer 2 different methods of entry with a total of 14 show participation spots available. 1. Sweepstakes entry, random draw, 7 spots. Participants may enter sweepstakes for a chance to win 1 of 7 show participation spots. Sweepstakes entries are available through 2 methods. Paid entry, donation method. Visit the Experience webpage and follow the donation entry process. Each confirmed donation will provide entries and...
Well, this seems contradictory because they were saying no purchase necessary, but it sounds like you have to either quote-unquote donate or pay a fee. Really, the donation is basically a fee without calling it a fee. Because it's the only... from what I'm understanding here, that's the only way you can enter, right? So it's not really a donation. It's like... It's a barrier to entry. I don't think that really... To me, that doesn't count as a donation. Donation should be no strings attached.
Into the sweepstakes with the number of entries determined by the amount donated as indicated on the Experience page at the time of donation. Participants may donate multiple times and there's no limit to the number of entries per person. Yippee! Yeehaw, I can keep giving my money for a better chance at being on this imaginary television show. Then there's method 2, free entry, no donation requirement. Participants may also enter sweepstakes without donating. To do so, visit the Experience webpage and follow the free entry alternative.
Okay, so they do try to pass it off as if you don't have to pay money, I guess. But I mean, logistically, it's kind of makes you question though. If they give you an option to pay and it's supposed to increase your odds of entering, of being, chosen, then why would they even have a free entry option? How does that really make any sense? It sounds like the way that this, I know this isn't real, but the way that this would even purportedly have been set up, that you do actually have to donate or pay in order to be one of the ones who are getting selected, right? I don't know. This doesn't really make sense to me.
Alternative method of entry. Each valid submission will count as 1 free entry into sweepstakes. Free entries are unlimited. Participants will submit free entry by mail, which I'm sure people can't wait to go by mail for their free entry. Then there's also 2, the contest entry. This is judge section, so this is outside of the sweepstakes. In addition to sweepstakes, 7 show participation spots will be awarded through a skit-based contest. Contest entrants must submit an application and/or participate in the contest process as described in
Dance for me, monkey.
rules. Winners will be selected by a judging panel based on specific criteria, originality, creativity, skill, or other merit-based factors as outlined in the experience rules. Contest entries will be judged by a qualified panel chosen by sponsor using the following weighted criteria: creativity 40%, originality 30%, skill or ability demonstrated 20%, overall impression 10%.
Am I tripping, or did Charlie not read anything about, like, okay, I know they're saying, like, oh, creativity and this and that, but, like, none of this seems specific. Like, creativity with what? What do they want you to submit? What is the prompt? What is the thing that they're looking for? Like, creativity in what? Originality in what? Like, what am I supposed to be submitting? Am I submitting a video? Am I submitting an audio thing? Like, what the hell are you talking about? You gotta give a little bit more criteria than that.
The 7 highest scoring entrants will be selected as contest winners. In the event of a tie, sponsor reserves the right to conduct a secondary evaluation. Judges' decisions are final and binding. Now, let's assume that you do enter into this. You waive your right to basically everything, which this is standard. I saw some people calling this out as being, like, really alarming, but I don't think people ever really read terms and conditions. These kind of protection clauses.
Well, this part is true. It is sketchy in the context that the rest of it seems fake. So, what are you signing your rights away to? Like, it almost seems like they just wanted to get free content off of some of these people. So I don't know what they would use it for. If we were to be a little bit conspiratorial and say the subreddit mods at LSF wanted to have free clips from content creators, I guess we can go in that direction. But yeah, in a vacuum, yes, if you're making content to submit to some kind of contest or some kind of other organization, yes, you are handing that over to them. They have the rights over to it. But yeah, in the context of the rest of this whole organization being fake, that's kind of sketchy. Why do they want to have the rights to this thing?
Clauses are always baked into contracts these days. Not that I agree with the practice, but this isn't anything super new. This is probably boilerplate shit if I had to guess. So if you read through the entry conditions and release, if you bother to go through and read that, you'll find a lot of legalese that's there to kind of just protect themselves in the event that someone tries to pursue legal action against them. And this is baked into so many terms and conditions these days where companies just throw the kitchen sink in there knowing full.
Here's the question though. Legal action against whom? You know, because it seems like we don't even know who's doing this, who's behind all this. I wonder if it's possible to tame that information. Like, can you track this down? I guess with website hosting, it has to be registered to somebody, right? At least I think that's the case in the United States. I wonder if Iceland is a loophole around this. Iceland web hosting regulations. Emphasize strong data privacy, freedom of expression, and minimal content filtering, while hosting providers generally not liable for hosting content unless grossly negligent. Though domain registrars are responsible for legal compliance, key rule, data protection, freedom of speech, telecommunication, and domain name. Rules and clear character limits, allowed characters, hosting liability. Generally, hosting providers aren't liable. So hold on. Are domains registered to a person in Iceland? Yes. Oh, well, it's .is domains on all domains. In Iceland can be registered. Can be. That doesn't mean it has to be. Although some privacy services registered in Iceland have raised concerns about anonymity. The registry ISNIC allows unrestricted registration for individuals and businesses worldwide, making IS domains popular for domain hacks and general use. No local contact needed. You don't need an Icelandic address or contact person. Basically, what I'm trying to get at here is I wonder if Iceland is maybe a go-to for people who want to run like shady websites where it can't be traced back to them. Do people use Iceland to run shady websites? It's kind of like, in part of the reason I'm thinking about this is because there are certain countries or certain states that people will form businesses out of if they want to run like a shady business, because the regulations that that particular state or government has are very lax. And so those are countries where people kind of get away with shady business practices. So I'm wondering if Iceland is that kind of thing. Yes, Iceland is used as a jurisdiction for hosting and operating websites involved in shady, illicit, or malicious activities. This is primarily due to the country's strict privacy laws, robust free speech protections, and a presence of data hosting services that offer or turn a blind eye to anonymous registration. Yeah, see, this is what makes me wonder if their website is hosted in Iceland, maybe this is the reason why. Maybe it allows them to get away with having like a buffer between ever getting any kind of legal challenges to whatever they're doing.
A lot of it's not enforceable, like it's not going to actually stick, but they throw it in there just because why not? They know people aren't going to fucking read it in the first place. And in a lot of cases, it gets overturned. Like, you can't just knowingly scam someone and say, look at the terms and conditions in section 117, you agreed that we could scam you, and if we did...
This is also worth mentioning, for some people that aren't aware, contracts will only get you so far. You cannot have a contract that's legally binding if the contract is for illegal activity. You can't enforce a contract that has terms that are themselves illegal. That's not like a legal loophole or anything. So for example, people will bring up like the South Park example from the Imagination Land episodes where Hartman gets Kyle to sign a contract saying that he'll suck his balls if a leprechaun is real, right? And it's a bit of a joke. It's funny if you kind of turn your brain off to a certain degree, but that kind of contract wouldn't be enforceable. You can't really force someone to engage in sexual activity with you. I think that people always kind of have an ability to opt out of sexual activity, so that's not really a contract that would be enforceable.
You wouldn't be mad. There'd be no tears and there'd be no legal actions. You agreed. You signed right here by signing up. That doesn't work. So in this case, they're putting these protections in here that read about like how you can't pursue them for any like punitive damages and stuff like that as a way of just trying to...
Similarly, like probably another way to kind of intuitively explain this would be like, let's say that you got someone to sign a contract saying that they would rob a liquor store for you. That contract is not enforceable. It's not legally valid because the terms of the contract describe illegal behavior. Obviously, robbing a liquor store is illegal, and so you can't get someone to sign a contract saying that they're going to commit, theft or burglary for you. That contract would not be binding. Contracts are not like a get out of jail free card for like anything that you. There are rules on what you're allowed to put in the terms of a contract.
Protect themselves in the event that this does end up being a scam, which I do believe that this event will never actually unfold in the way in which it is presented on this website. This whole thing, I think, is just complete fucking hogwash. But this section in particular here wasn't like super surprising to me like it was for a lot of other people. I kind of expected that would be somewhere in their website as part of the terms of signing up, especially when you consider that the paid entries are non-refundable based on the available information I can find. It seems like those are non-refundable. So this being in there is trying to stop someone, like discourage them from coming after them in the event that this doesn't actually happen. Which, again, if you do get scammed by this, I don't think these terms protect them. I'm not a fucking lawyer, but I don't think it actually would really even do much in that case. Anyway, though, let's move on to the next component of this, which was Extra Emily's response when people were calling it out.
I know it's sus. I know it looks sus, okay? Mythic pitched it to me, and I was like, okay, sounds good, but I just don't want LSF to be part of it. Like, are you kidding me? Like, why is there an LSF person? Like they're like and then they're saying like, oh, Emily is backing it up, and I'm like, I just posted it because I had.
That is kind of interesting. I never really thought about this angle. Is it possible that LSF intended to like scam these people and then wanted to catch some streamers failing to realize that they were involved in a scam and be like, oh, hey, look we got them, right? They failed. Here's another, because that's their whole thing, right? Is posting content on there of streamers taking huge L's. This would have been a huge L for streamers to to promote something like this. Turns out it's like an obvious scam, and that they scam their own audience. It's a little bit conspiratorial. I can't say that that actually did happen. It just kind of makes you wonder.
I had to be like, okay, I need to tell people about it.
Pardon? What do you mean you only posted about it because you had to? You didn't have to. You could have said no to this when they approached you. She makes it sound like it was an obligation she couldn't avoid. You didn't have to accept
I made her an offer
the
she
deal.
can refuse.
And she even talks about how she like didn't really look into it or anything. Just said sounds good off rip. Why? Why wouldn't you even bother to take like a single peep at it? Especially when they're approaching you about a $20 million contest that uses your fans and you as like the face of it. That's...
To be... I don't even know that I would call this being fair. I don't think most people understand the scale of things like this, like $20 million versus $1 million. You get past a point where people don't really understand, because these numbers are not everyday numbers. People don't work with hundreds of thousands of dollars, let alone millions of dollars. So like, to them, these numbers all kind of sound the same, right? And I know you might be thinking like Extra Emily is probably, I don't know how much her net worth is or whatever, but even people who like who are millionaires, right? A lot of times they're not spending the money, they're not like managing it, they just kind of, they make it, they might have a money manager themselves, but they themselves might not have a super great concept of the scale of these things.
That is inconceivable to me. And then she's like really surprised that the LSF team or I guess it's just like one person maybe on the LSF mod squad that posted that statement, she's surprised that they're saying she's backing it up. She's like, why would they even think I'm backing it up? Because you are! You are! You promoted it. That is you backing it up. You are on their website. What do you, like, I don't understand why that's not, like, registering.
But then the LSF guy's like, oh yeah, Extra Emily totally, like, backs it. I'm like, I'm just doing what I'm supposed to do, okay? So I don't know what's happening, but for now, just, like, put this, like, put on the side, okay? So I will get more information on it and then let you guys know. So, yeah. But I promise I'm, like, not trying to scam you guys. I apologize I didn't do more research beforehand. But I'm gonna have them do more research.
Then she'll keep them updated on all of that.
Allow me to introduce the leader of our delegation. She is the closest aide to the Sorcerer King Go.
What the fuck is this, Marshall?
Again, they are saying you're backing it up because you did promote it. You were on their website as one of the streamers that you can go in and be part of the fan sweepstakes for. The images that I put there of like the emote packages on my Gilman Tookus account, I did that through Extra Emily's portal on Million Dollar Fan. So they are saying she's backing it up because she agreed to this promotion. Now, do I believe Extra Emily was intentionally trying to scam her fans for a paycheck here? No. But as she said, she didn't do any research on it.
Also, the other thing, I mean, keep in mind that these people got famous off of streaming online. It's not like they got famous for discovering quantum physics. These aren't going to be like the most intelligent, discerning people in the world. These are like lowest common denominator people that might be kind of like entertaining or relatable, but
like this would have been some kind of Herculean undertaking in order to get down into the bare bones of it, the truth of the matter, when it actually would have just taken maybe 4 seconds of just typing in milliondollarfan.show and looking at the website. You are literally greeted with an AI generated mansion. Like, it doesn't take much effort to have been pitched this and been like, all right, let me just check it out real quick before I say yes, and be like, oh, yep, this is fucking nonsense. This is barnacles. Again, I don't think she's a bad person who did this maliciously or anything, but this was so easily avoidable. And she's like surprised LSF is involved. LSF is on their website, proudly presented. Again, if she even just went to their website once, she would have seen that. She would have known. It's very clear she didn't even bother to type in the name of what she was about to endorse, which is why I believe this was probably some kind of paid promotion. I'm assuming Mythic approached her with this $1 million fan show pitch, as well as like what they're paying for the integration, and she just said yes to it without like a second thought, really. That's my guess. Now, I also want to yap about how surprised I am that her agency, like her management team, Mythic, would...
I'm not. After I looked into the history of this is a pretty new company. It seems like it was founded by a company that was also founded by a bunch of streamers. This isn't like a long time professional organization that's been in the industry for a long time or anything. And the people who created it and led it are not like...
We even bring this to her...
You know, not that they didn't hire professionals, but it does kind of say something if the people who created the company themselves were not professionals in the particular industry. It doesn't sound like it was founded by talent agency, like people who are experienced in that sort of thing. So I think it's worth saying. Kind of means something. And it's from 2023. Now, I can imagine that a group of like streamers put together a talent agency. And initially, for the first couple of years, they try to acquire people who are experienced and do know what they're doing. But it's probably going to take a few years to get to the point where that talent agency itself is operating like a professional talent agency rather than a startup.
In the first place, like, why did they even serve this up on the plate to the streamers to begin with? I feel like the agency shouldn't have even entertained this $1 million fan show pipe dream. There is no real information available on anyone even associated with this show that's apparently going to be on television based on their entry rules. It's going to be like a big budget reality TV show program somehow, somewhere with a professional crew, this and that. This is a multi-million-dollar production. Like, based on everything they're talking about in their About Us section, this sounds like this would be like an $80 million like produced show with a...
Yeah, that's the thing I was trying to say earlier, is that if their prize money is $20 million, that has to be a fraction of what the overall cost to put on the event is. And so it's not just the $20 million, it's what does that imply for the entire total cost of putting on something like this? Again, if they are using a physical space, that's going to cost money. If they're hiring talent to show up, that costs money. If they got to have like cameras and audio equipment and all that good stuff, that costs money. All that costs money, so obviously kind of sketchy.
$20 million prize pool, which is unheard of. Absolutely unheard of. And yet there's no real information available on it. I don't see why Mythic would even...
My companion's supposed to be a tank. He ain't tanking.
Present it to the streamers with
Get
so
this dude's
little
attention,
available
attack him.
on it. This feels like a very fraudulent show that is now being put out to streamers here as a potential endorsement. So I'm surprised that Mythic even served it to them to begin with. But again, I think it was so easily avoidable for the streamers that are listed here to just like type in that show,
God, my
like
guy's
look
dying.
at it for even a second and be like, yeah, this is
Oh, he's on the cusp.
I'm just surprised that it's at this point now where there are potential victims here. There are potential fans of Extra Emily or the Botez sisters or S-Band or someone that maybe saw this with their name on it and been like, oh, this sounds incredible. $20 million? I'll do a free entry. I'll do a submission here. Well, actually, maybe I'll do a paid entry with the emote package to support the creators too and give me some more entries for a better chance of competing in it. And like, it's sad. It's just fucking sad. Because again, I don't think this is real at all. I feel like there's very few people out there that would go to that website and walk away with a positive impression that this is something on the horizon. It doesn't seem feasible at all. Would love to be proven wrong though, I suppose. I guess we'll see. Anyway, I had to yap about this. That's really about it. See ya.
Okay, alright, cool. So that gives us the context on that. So let's get back to this other dude's video. And again, not to be super mean or anything, but like, you couldn't find a more stereotypical caricature of a Reddit mod. If you were to make like a cartoonish Reddit mod, he's got the comb over, he's got like this weird like bulbs of hair coming off to the side, got like the big poofy pouty lips things going on. It's kind of a little bit pudgy looking. Even his sense of style is like complete square status going on here. I mean, it's really rude of me to say, but it is like your quintessential stereotype of a Reddit mod.
Section immediately yelled, scam, 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 scam. This initially didn't actually worry me, because no matter what we do, people call it a scam. I mean, I've done AMAs with the Twitch CEO. People called that a scam. And I was also thinking like multiple major live streamers were involved, Mythic Talent was involved. Surely they had done their due diligence, right?
I mean, I'll give him some credit for that.
Additionally, the thing that
Mythic Talent being involved would kind of, I could see how you could look at that and think like, okay, this must be legitimate then. I think that's fair enough. Although I am curious about the timeline. So Mythic Talent was involved before he got involved? That I do wonder about.
People were the most skeptical about was the $20 million grand prize. This initially confused me as well, but once I heard that, you know, Amazon Prime was allegedly involved, my initial concerns were assuaged. I mean, think about it. Amazon Prime.
It's assuaged, but also Amazon Prime, like, when we looked up earlier, you don't even have actual, like, professional high production reality TV shows from other big, you know, big name production companies that put on events with a prize pool that's that high. So it still doesn't really, I don't know, it still doesn't really, it shouldn't assuage your concerns.
Prime has spent lots of money on tons of shows, and
but not 20 million.
I didn't necessarily think that the show was worth $20 million, but you know, that doesn't mean that Amazon Prime wouldn't fund it. And you know, if LSF was involved, maybe it would actually succeed. You know, maybe my involvement alone could make the $20 million kind of investment worth it. Who knows? At least that's what I thought. Now here comes the
Whoa, did he say his involvement? This guy is so arrogant and full of himself. Total Reddit mod energy.
Part of the story, when things get a little crazy. The next day, a major live streamer who was involved in the show, Extra Emily, said on her stream that she kind of saw all of these comments about people calling it a scam, and they even saw that, you know, the LSF was involved, and this was apparently unacceptable to her, so much so that she was considering kind of dropping out of the show or kind of looking into seeing if kind of the whole thing was a scam or not. After seeing this, I brought the concerns to the organizers, and the organizers told me that they were currently in talks with the agents to resolve this, and they told me in no uncertain terms that the show was not canceled and was still going on. So, me being somebody who didn't really have a lot of, you know, information into the situation, and me, you know, trusting these high-powered agents who represent these multi-million-dollar kind of celebrities, I trusted that they would kind of get to the bottom of this and kind of resolve these concerns quickly. During this time period, I saw and deleted a lot of unsubstantiated claims about the show and the mod team. There were accusations that I knew to be untrue, such that, you know, the mod team had accepted bribes or, you know, had some sort of financial involvement with the show. And I knew that they were not true because I was the one who had this idea the entire time, you know, from start to finish. This happened a couple days, and what I can tell you...
Wait, okay. I'm a little confused here. He's saying that he was the one who had the idea start to finish, but then he was saying that Mystic Talent was involved, and that's what gave him confidence that it wasn't a scam? So I was thinking that, okay, he got involved because he thought it wasn't a scam because he saw that Mythic Talent was involved. But is he saying that he's actually the one who came up with the idea? Am I confused there, or is his timeline not really making sense?
For those who, you know, may not believe that for most moderators, I'm a highly paid software engineer working in San Francisco. I do not need to take a couple $1,000 bribes from, you know, random internet scams, okay? I was doing this because I legitimately
the kindness of his heart.
Care about the subreddit, and that's why I spend my time on it. I thought it'd be kind of cool events for the sub. I'm talking about this and kind of the deleted comments because this is apparently some big no-no in the Reddit TOS or something, or maybe it's like an unspoken rule where
yes, promoting scams is going to be a no-no.
Promotion.
No one should even have to tell you that.
Out or ends up being a scam or something.
Well, probably not so much that it ends up not working out or that it ends up being a scam, but more so that this would probably fall under like a general like gross negligence kind of thing, that if you are involved in a big scam and they think that you should have known better, should have done more due diligence before you promoted it, I think that's just kind of generally going to apply to like any organization that you're involved with that is that you're representing. I don't think they need to spell that out, and there probably is a term in their terms and services that covers that, but it's probably a more generalized language around like, you know, representing Reddit in a negative light or getting them involved in, you know, some kind of scam. There probably is something in there about not promoting scams. So,
you know, if you have deleted comments that have accused it of being a scam, well that, you know, shows a cover up or some way. It shows malice or bad faith or something.
Yeah, I mean, why are you deleting comments that expose it as being a scam? That goes to you know, intent. It kind of goes to like a criminal state of mind. Not literally a criminal, but it's the same kind of state of mind of trying to be deceptive, trying to cheat people out of things, that sort of thing.
So that's why I'm kind of talking about this, is because this was specifically a reason that was brought up regarding why I was kicked out as a mod on the...
Oh, I'm gonna use the restroom fast. I'll be right back. Hold on.
on a live stream fail. And finally, I want to end this part of the story by talking about how
poetic is it that the head mod of Livestream Fail wound up failing himself in a online publicized manner that is all over the internet now.
Voice Critical made a video critical of the situation, and then about 30 minutes after this kind of video got released, I got reached out by the organizers of the events and told that 5 live streamers in the event had dropped out and that therefore the event was canceled and I should take down the post. In this video that Moist Critical had that was critical of the event, Moist Critical brought up points about how an image on the marketing page was AI generated, or that the domain name was registered in Iceland, or that
looked
basically
like a
just
real
the whole thing,
looked like a real mansion to me.
It smelled bad. That's what he did. He did this motion and he said it smelled bad. But beyond that, it doesn't seem like he did much research. I don't think that he reached out to any of the organizers. He certainly did.
I mean, how are you going to blame him for that when apparently you didn't do any research either? You know what I mean? Like, that's very rich for you to say. The real responsibility here isn't the person like criticizing you. The real responsibility is you, the person who's promoting this event that got people scammed, people that you directed to this event.
Didn't reach out to me, and I mean, I don't know if he reached out to Mythic Talent or any of the streamers.
Why would he reach out to you either? Who the fuck are you, right? You're the head of a mod? You're the head mod of some subreddit? Not that important, my guy.
Now I want to stop people here, because this is very important, and I think this is something that not a lot of people might have noticed. And that important point is that nothing in this situation has yet to be definitively proven as a scam.
Oh, man, overdosing on that copium right there. The website doesn't even really exist anymore. So much of what's been shown about the show, you weren't able to confirm, apparently. Like, I have to imagine, after you made this video, as a response, you weren't able to confirm the legitimacy of any of this stuff, right? All those things should kind of tell you. Because, especially for an organization like this, that if they were really putting on an event, they would be very eager to counter Charlie's claims by, you know, coming out and saying, hey, you know, we noticed that there's like, everybody's talking about us online. We just want to come forward and, you know, we want to, you know, show that, you know, we actually are legitimate and, you know, maybe our website didn't have a lot of information. We're going to update that, and here are the people that are involved, and, you know, here's our partners that are confirming that, yes, we are real, right? They would have gone out and done that. The fact that they didn't do that kind of tells you.
I repeat, there is no definitive, at least public information yet, that anything fraudulent, malicious, or illegal has happened in the situation. The only confirmed things that we have right now is that I guess there was a website, looked a little weird, there was some bad publicity, everybody called it a scam, and then a bunch of streamers dropped out, and then the event got canceled, and everybody got refunded. None of this is illegal, none of this is proof.
Well, you just gotta ask yourself, I mean, you're a software engineer. Apparently they don't teach critical thinking to software engineers these days. Why would the event cancel if it wasn't a scam? Why would they, like, think in your mind, if this was an event that had $20 million prize pool, that means that the total cost of putting on this event would have been more than that. For them to invest the time and the money into all of that, and you think they would have just canceled just because they got some light criticism? Overdoping on that copium there.
Proved to be a scam, at least yet. Maybe I'll eat these words. And yes, in
Yeah, dude,
retrospect,
of course
there are
you're gonna eat those
certainly
words.
some things which we could call yellow flags or even red flags.
No, bro,
But
they're all red flags. I'm
that being
sorry.
said, I don't want people to go into this thinking that there was some proven malfeasance or something when there really is a possibility that a lot of this could have just been kind of bad organization and things just...
Could have been, but then again, ask yourself, why would they cancel it then if that was the case? They would have just, you know, come out and said, hey, you know, let me correct the record, but they didn't. They just canceled it. And apparently, like, who are these people, by the way? Like, he's this Reddit mod who got his subreddit associated with this organization. Who the fuck was talking to you? Who reached out to you? Do you have a contact that you know of that like is not a red flag to you that you don't even know who these people are?
Just because something's a bad idea, just because something is misorganized, that doesn't mean that anything illegal
Just because
happened.
it was a scam.
You know, I still haven't gotten confirmation about kind of the Amazon Prime kind of a thing. I think that is the biggest unknown right now is I don't know about this supposed Amazon Prime deal, if it exists or not, because maybe they were in negotiation with them, maybe a contract was in the works but hadn't been signed yet. I'm not really sure yet. We'll have to see. And then kind of I'll end the story by talking about why I got removed as the top moderator. It's really not a secret or very surprising. I got removed directly for the post that I pinned to the top of the subreddit related to the game show or supposed and alleged scam, as well as kind of for deleting comments that were kind of critical of it. I also want to make a comment about kind of the Reddit Code of Conduct team as a whole. Reddit has all this flowery language about how kind of the Code of Conduct team is not here to punish you. It's kind of here to get you to act in good faith. It's here to kind of give you second chances and warnings and all of this stuff. And
yeah, but you gotta read between the lines, bro. When they say that, the point is like for ordinary typical stuff, if they're criticizing you, that's when they're trying to kind of say like, we're not here to like, you know, just be assholes. Like we want things to work out. But obviously that's gonna be true like in almost any relationship that you have. People are gonna generally be like, you know, we're not trying to be assholes, but we gotta hold you accountable, we gotta work things out, we gotta like make sure that things are copacetic. But like if you go too far, then yeah, bro, like people are they're gonna have an issue with you. That's not gonna be resolved by just like giving you a slap on the wrist. It's always gonna be within reason.
Apparently, all of that are lies because I was not given
Not
any second
lies,
chances.
bro. You just went well beyond
very many
what they were trying to cover with that kind of
thing. Examples of kind of what I did wrong or kind of given any ability to kind of defend myself. I was just given a very vague description of, yeah, there's accusations about some fraudulent scam that takes people's money and their PII, which means their name, right? Because you have to sign up with your name to join a contest. And so I have infringed on the code of conduct by promoting a game show where you have to put in your name or something, even though it hasn't really been proved to be fraudulent yet. And so it's a little disappointing. Now, here's the most important part of the video, Spez. This is a direct message to you and only...
It's also a little bit lack of self-awareness to keep referring to him by his name. I have to imagine that you don't know this guy personally, and you're trying to give him advice on how to run his website, even though you're the one who fucked up. Like, I don't know. I don't think it's a good look for you to keep calling him by his first name. Like you know him like that. You don't know him like that. I kind of chill out a little bit. Okay, what are these shoes? Let's see the shoes. Not bad. Not bad. Okay.
Only you. I want to talk about how this whole situation is a direct result of the lack of support that Reddit, the company, gives to its moderators. Yeah, I did the partnership. Yeah, I didn't look into this.
It's so funny, like, Reddit didn't give the moderators enough support. Bro, it's a voluntary site. They have thousands of different fucking subreddits. It's not that deep. They don't really care that much. It functions well enough for them without them having to, like, I don't know, hold your hand, kiss your ass. It's not that serious. Your LSF thing, I don't even know, like, is Reddit making a massive amount of money off of LSF? Realistically speaking, I don't think they care. I don't know. I'm just really fucking out of touch to be saying that.
As much as I should, and I trusted kind of agencies and live streamers when I should not have. And I did delete comments, which I thought would have been borderline defamatory if the situation wasn't, I guess, a scam, even though it technically hasn't been proven to be.
I mean, I'm kind of curious what comments he deleted. Like, did they say for sure it was going to be a scam, or were they asking questions that kind of called into question whether or not it was? Right. I don't know if either one should be deleted necessarily, but there is a big difference between the character of those two kinds of comments. And I have a feeling that this guy was probably also deleting comments that were simply like challenging and asking too many questions and making him uncomfortable because he realized, oh shit, I might have fucked up. I don't want people talking about this.
Be a scam yet. But despite all of that, there is still massive kind of like problems at Reddit, the company, due to the lack of support.
No, there isn't, bro. They didn't fuck up. You did.
That caused this. But right before I go into the specific reasons of how this happened, I want to talk about why this matters in the first place. This matters because Reddit moderators have power. They have influence. If you are one of the people who is joking about like internet janitor duties or whatever, I'm sorry to tell you, it's funny jokes, but you are wrong. Reddit moderation does matter. Reddit moderators have control over millions of impressions per day, and nobody seems to notice or care. Let's just talk about LSF. Think of all the streamer careers that have been created because of...
You're lucky. Where would you be without me?
LSF. Think about the even larger number of streamer careers that have been destroyed because of LSF, because some clip went viral about like something bad that they did. I have had major live streamers who are effectively celebrities come to me and...
They were effectively celebrity. I'm basically a celebrity myself. I'm basically more important than celebrities when you think about it, because really the celebrities have to come to me. I'm basically the celebrity to celebrities. Like, you know how like you look at celebrities and you're like, oh, that's a celebrity. Celebrities look at me and they think like, oh, that guy right there is a celebrity.
Beg to kind of remove, you know, negative posts about them. And even
maybe you shouldn't be taking their calls on that shit, bro. Like, you're kind of telling yourself LSF isn't supposed to be working for other fucking streamers, promoting them or, you know, or shielding them from criticism and stuff. I think that they do. There's probably a good chance that they do, but you shouldn't be doing that. That's not the way that you guys promote yourself. You're not supposed to be that way. You're supposed to have like a huge level of separation between you and the streamers.
Crazier story is the time when some Twitch employees found me in person and borderline begged me to make sure LSF is not used to destroy the multi-billion-dollar company.
Oh my god, this guy thinks he's like so fucking important special.
Twitch. Partially because
I would have banned his ass for no other reason than that alone. Like, you think you're too big. I kind of need you to like I need you to take a chill pill. I need you to go have like a timeout. A little too big for your britches there.
At the time, LSF was indeed being used.
Reddit needs me. You guys need me. You're nothing without me. The streamers, the celebrities, Reddit, you guys all need me. Where would you be without me? You're lucky. You're lucky to be able to walk on the same ground as me. Be able to exist in the same planet. I could break you if I wanted to. Me and my pudgy ass.
To destroy the multi-billion-dollar company Twitch. Deservedly so, by the way. Or even just take this literal circumstance. Imagine the whole kind of operation was legit. Well, guess what? One single post on LSF caused all...
Let's just pretend that it wasn't a scam. Okay? I mean, if we're playing pretend. But the real world isn't really pretend, though, unfortunately for you, so...
All of the streamers to drop out and just...
You know, while we're pretending, why don't you just pretend that you weren't banned and none of this happened? You can, like, you could be happy. living in your fantasy world.
Destroyed a $20 million opportunity.
Sorry, sir.
Sorry, Mythic. My bad. Or imagine it was, I guess, a scam through and through. Well, guess what? We were the ones to expose it and destroy it before it had the chance to cause any real harm. I mean, everybody got refunded after all.
Did they? How do we know they got refunded? And again, like, I don't even know who the fuck these people are who apparently were putting this event on. If they're willing to lie about all that, I'm supposed to believe that they actually refunded all these people? I don't know. I'm not buying that. I don't believe it.
Well, guess things ended up okay. Right or wrong, you can think I'm a good moderator or a bad moderator. You can think that LSF helps streamers or is the bane of their existence in the entire industry. But please don't for a single second pretend like it doesn't matter. And that's just one subreddit. Now back to me. I was one of your most passionate users. I was in the Reddit partnership program from the start.
No one cares that you're terminally
I took
online.
advantage of every opportunity that I could. I had meetings with kind of the Reddit community managers. I begged them.
This guy was honestly probably kind of annoying. Like, imagine the kind of guy who's going to show up to every, like, community fucking meeting and probably ask, like, a billion questions and, like, has a bunch of recommendations. You know? They're probably looking to ban his ass. They're probably looking for a reason to ban his ass for a long time. Like, this guy's annoying. He thinks he's way too fucking important. He's way too much into our fucking business all the goddamn time.
For help and kind of partnership opportunities at every chance that I could. And I was blown off every single time. I got nothing.
And that probably tells you something too, right? If he felt like he was blown off, he probably was. They were probably like, this dude's like way too fucking up in our shit all the goddamn time. Trying to avoid him and everything. That's for a reason.
The community managers never helped me, as, you know, nice as the guy was, I think he had...
Yeah, they're probably very politely trying to, like, kind of give you the slip, and much in the same way that a girl who isn't interested in you is trying to be polite, but, like, really doesn't want to hang out with you, associate with you. Probably kind of the same thing.
Basically no power to help me. I was one of the only moderators out there who tried to grow my community, who had any ambition, who tried to work with the company or help...
Okay. Yeah, you're one of the only mods in the entire fucking Reddit that has, let's see here, how many subreddits are there? Hundreds of thousands, but you're one of the only ones who wants to grow your subreddit. I'm so sure.
Other subreddits to help the kind of the company that I help, and it didn't matter. I failed, and it failed because
they don't need your help.
How mismanaged and how little support Reddit.
How is it mismanaged? They're one of the most popular companies in the entire world. What are you talking about?
Situation. This is a very key.
You need them more than they need you, very clearly.
None of
obviously.
this would have happened if I had gotten support from Reddit. Do you think that I want to be the guy like going out like messaging random?
Yeah, of course, you don't want to be the guy who fucked up. No one wants to be the guy that fucked up, but you did fuck up. And that's no one else's fault but your own. I'm sorry.
People in Discords and LinkedIn's and trying to figure out kind of these partnerships. I don't. This is not my job. I am not qualified to do any of this. I am not.
It's not your job, so like chill the fuck out.
I cannot read contracts to know what I should
Way too much of a busybody.
Not do. I just want to like grow my subreddit, have a big vision, and I don't want to deal with it. At the end of the day, I'm a random nobody who got lucky. I took over one of your large...
That's all. That's that little part right there. Just pause on that thought and just linger on it, and that's all you need to know. You're literally just like a nobody who doesn't have much influence or much power. You're not very important to the website. I'm sorry, but that's just the truth. You're not. The stereotype about Reddit mods letting the power go to their head is accurate, apparently. These people really do think, because they run like a little internet community with like 5 people who also don't fucking matter in real life, that like are super fucking important.
Largest gaming subreddits on the platform because I won a stupid game of like Reddit mod politics. But apparently, I'm the only person out there who understands the potential that Reddit has.
He's the only one.
If Reddit had offered me partnerships, if Reddit had pipelines to connect with kind of major companies, if Reddit had lawyers that were helping me like reading over these
Reddit probably does have pipelines connected with like larger companies, and they probably do collaboration with larger companies, but like they don't need you to do that. That's the thing, my guy. You're not that important. Nor is your fucking subreddit all that important. And here's the other thing too that you're not realizing is that you being gone from that subreddit is not the end of LSF. LSF is going to continue on the next day like you never existed. I'm sorry, but that's just true. you're like, the community can kind of self-perpetuate itself. So like that doesn't even matter. Your influence on LSF doesn't even matter all that much, because the day that you're gone, the next day, it's just another Tuesday. Everything keeps going, chugging along just like it did before. It doesn't really matter all that much.
Contracts, reading over these agreements.
This guy, with all due respect, and I really shouldn't have all that much respect, because like, I want to feel bad, but I don't know. Sometimes I feel bad for people, and then I don't feel bad for people, because it's like, I see the kind of person that you are and the way that you're behaving, and I don't feel bad for that. But I do feel bad for the fact that like everybody at one point in time was kind of a blank slate, and you kind of develop into a monster. And I sometimes feel bad because I realize that most people who are monsters are not even like, not to say that he's like a full-on monster, but you get what I mean. Like if you're doing something bad, or you engage in bad behavior, or you can't see like how you're kind of acting kind of strange and everything, like to a certain degree, the world shaped you that way, right? And I think with like the right influences and, you know, taking the right time to kind of heal yourself and everything, you could change into like a more productive member of society and everything. So that aspect makes me feel kind of bad, because it's like, okay, you don't have to be this way. There's something about your life, something about your upbringing and everything that's kind of morphed you into this, and I feel bad in that regard. But I don't feel bad for like the way that you're currently behaving, like the way that you like the person that you currently are, right? So with all due respect to this guy, this is the kind of person that really needs to have like a real hobby, or like a real group of friends, or some real relationships, because it seems to me, from like an armchair psychology perspective, that being this head mod for this subreddit is so important to you, because you're missing other things in your life that give you meaning. And that's pretty sad, you know? And I hope you find something a little bit more real in your life to actually sink yourself into, rather than Reddit, which is already kind of like a toxic place to be in the first place. So, yeah, I don't know.
None of these very real mistakes that I made would have happened. And before you say it, I'm sure there's some...
Well, what mistakes did you make? Because it sounds like you don't even actually, like... There's this thing that people do sometimes where they'll apologize, and it's like they're apologizing to assuage the other person, to convince the other person to, like, kind of go easy on them, but they don't actually think that they actually did something wrong. They're not apologizing because they genuinely feel sorry. They're apologizing because they want to get brownie points. And this is kind of one of those situations where the way that he describes the scenario is like he feels like he's been wronged, and that it's not actually a scam, and there's no evidence that it's a scam, and you know, it can actually turn out that it wasn't a scam and all that good stuff, right? Oh, this could have still happened, and I'm still super important, all that stuff. Like, you're not actually sorry for what you did. It doesn't seem like you actually think you did much of anything wrong. And you're still blaming everybody else. So it's not really a genuine apology.
Some employee at Reddit, the company, that says like, oh yeah.
It's kind of like when people say like, oh, I'm sorry that you're mad. I'm sorry that you're, like, how do I put it? It's like the difference when people say, I'm sorry that I hurt you, versus I'm sorry that you're hurt, or I'm sorry that you feel that way. It's like, okay, well, you're not actually sorry. You don't actually think that you did anything wrong. You think it's all on me. And that's kind of how this comes off here.
We do that. That's my job. It's over here. Well, clearly, you're not even doing 1% of what you should be doing, because nobody uses these resources. Nobody cares. You are not doing enough. Multiply it by 100, and then let's talk.
They're not doing enough, like, according to who? Like, you assume that whatever this program they have going on is super duper important to them. It probably just isn't that important to them. It might be like a little thing that they run off to the side, right? But it's probably just not super duper. It's not in the front of their mind at all. So it's important to you, but it's probably not super important to them.
Reddit needs to be professionalized, and it starts with the mods.
Yeah, part of being professional is firing people who, or banning people who are causing problems, and you kind of cause them a problem. So I'm sorry, like, you want to talk about someone or something needs to be professionalized, like, you kind of needed to be professionalized. You fucked up. Your conduct was unprofessional. You didn't bother to really check in to this organization that you were promoting. That's on you. That's you not being professional.
I managed to retrieve all of the data recorders.
Perfect timing, too. Anlin just finished dressing my wounds. Not too shabby, Private. Oh, what's the...
Everybody's a hero in their own story, aren't they?
This is going to be controversial, but the people who are running your multi-billion-dollar website are unqualified nobodies like me. That doesn't mean it's my fault or...
But see, like, he oscillates between I'm super important, I was like the head mod, I am the only one who cares about all this stuff, and I have like all the great ideas. And then on the other hand, he's like, oh, the rest of the people, they're unprofessional nobodies like me. Well, which is it, right? It seems like you actually think that you're really cool and really awesome and like super amazing and super important and everything, but you're trying to pretend that that you're actually more humble than you actually are, to try to like ingratiate yourself to the people that you're trying to get something out of. Right, case, okay. I'm supposed
You are
to...
fit for duty. Return to your post.
I'm not able to sell it. Okay. Okay. Let's look like right now. Oh, those are nice. I got it on. Got that stuff on me. Those are the boots, actually.
Stand by for examination and suggested product. You are fit
He always
for
says
duty.
that, and then he
Return to your
never
post.
actually suggests products to me. They're lying.
Their fault. It's your fault, Spez. Here's why.
Jeez, dude.
The controversial solution
Yeah,
is...
that's really gonna make them want to work with you and bring you back, is if you blame them for your fuck up.
just get rid of the bad mods with better mods, or paid mods, or do takeovers, or more rules,
Or literally do none of those things because it's not that big of a deal, and what they're already doing seems to kind of be working out for them. And you seem to be the one that actually has the problem rather than everybody else.
something like that. But there are better solutions. You can train them. You can give mods infrastructure or...
I kind of wonder, because he says that he works in like software development in San Francisco. This is the kind of shit that will get your company to fire you. Like if you create this much of like a scandal online, just not even online, just in general, you conduct a big enough kind of like scandal where you become like a subject, you become kind of a spotlight, and like a lot of people are looking at you. It could be embarrassing for your company, and your company might fire, or even not even just the fact that it's embarrassing for your company because it brings them bad PR, but your company might look at your behavior and think to themselves like, oh, we haven't realized that you're kind of a liability, that your whole thought process, your whole attitude is kind of really off, and you're almost like a ticking time bomb where you might cause problems elsewhere. So we're gonna kind of can you, you know what I mean?
or pipelines, or resources, or real kind of material support, and treat them as if they have the actual power and influence that they actually have, and so communities can rise to the high...
The issue is this guy's the one who fucked up, and he's telling the people that he fucked up on that they need to be doing more for him rather than the other way around. That's in almost every area of your life, that's not going to work out. You're not going to get away with like you're the one who fucked up, and then you're telling everybody else that they're the ones that actually need to help you.
Scumbags. I owe it to
It's not going to
they
work for you.
truly could. And the Reddit Moderator Partner Program is not it. Reddit moderators do not need one call with like one guy a month, as nice as he is, love you Pablo, who has no power and no ability to affect anything. Reddit moderators don't need Christmas celebrations or special badges or community or events or team building exercises. No, even the Reddit event.
Here's what the Reddit mod partner program, probably what it really exists to do is to try to kind of make their mods, like kind of throw them a bone. It's like when you have a boss who has you work on Fridays. I mean, obviously you work on Fridays, but he might have you like stay a little bit over, work you a little bit harder, right? And he buys you like a pizza from freaking Little Caesars that tastes like cardboard. And that's supposed to be like the consolation prize. It's not really for you. It's not really to kind of like genuinely do something super nice and super awesome for you and make you feel. It's to throw you a little bone, just a very small little bone, and nothing more, nothing less than that. That's the reality. That partner program, probably they probably don't really care about it that much. They don't care. There's probably no metrics that they get out of it. There's nothing about that program they probably look at and they go, okay, is this improving our stats anywhere? Is this improving like our profitability? Is this improving like anything? They probably just see that as like a quick and easy, cost them nothing bone to throw at some of the people who work on the moderation teams, and nothing more than that. And if they wanted to, they can axe it tomorrow because it's really not that important.
Budget is barely useful. No, they need real material support. That means
they don't need the support. That's the thing, is that Reddit has deemed that they don't need to invest much in this. That's why they don't do it. Again, you keep saying that they need to do all these things, but it doesn't seem like they do, right? Let's look at, I'm kind of curious. What is Reddit's profit in the last year? Reddit profit. I don't know if we would have numbers for 2025. This is their stock. Let's look at their stock. Okay, so they're down for the year, but I think that's generally true because the stock market just kind of tanked a little bit because Donald Trump. But if you look at over a year time frame, they're increasing. If you look over 5 years, they've been increasing. If you look over the max time frame, yeah, I mean they've generally been kind of increasing. Kind of plateauing to a little bit of a degree here, but nothing too concerning. So their stock seems to be doing pretty well. And I don't even know, there might be a stock split somewhere in here. I don't know if they make these graphs to be like a effective stock rate or not. But it's not their profit. I want to see like what is the profit for 2025. Yes, Reddit is showing strong signs of profitability. So they seem like their profitability is doing pretty good. Around 68. The company reported substantial revenue increases, 68% year over year. That's pretty big, I think. And positive net income, 163 million, and adjusted EBITDA is. I'm curious though. Earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization. Okay. So like they're probably doing all right. They don't really need you to tell them how to do their job.
Access to anything that like a talent manager would give.
Now on the flip side, you're the one who fucked up. So you need other people to tell you how to do your job, not the other way around.
An actual celebrity. So an access to a bounty board or ad deals or lawyers or event organizers or professionals or anything.
You're asking them to spend all this money on you. You want them to have lawyers for you. You want them to have event organizers for you. You want them to treat you like talent acquisition for you. Why? Why would they do that? They have no reason to want to do that. They're doing well on their own without all that. And you're just a subreddit mod. You're, no offense, but you're super duper replaceable. No one's gonna notice the difference between you moderating the subreddit today, the other day or a week or two ago versus how it is now. It's not gonna make much of a difference at all. It just really isn't.
It actually matters. To summarize, Reddit moderators should be treated like celebrities or influencers.
There it
Not
is.
because they deserve respect or anything, but because they actually have real power and influence. I mean, if not for the world, at least over your $50 billion company, maybe if you gave them actual support, it could...
I mean, you say it yourself, $50 billion company. If that's true, just think about that number for a minute. That you don't need to be telling them how to do their job. Apparently they're doing it really fucking well. They're valued at a very high, not a rate, but you know what I mean? Like, they're valued pretty high. They don't need your advice on anything. They seem to be doing all right.
Go from 50 billion to 100 billion. I mean, it certainly deserves...
No, bro, that's not how it works. They're not gonna go from 50 billion to 100 billion. They're not gonna 2x their size because they gave you a few more bennies, I guess. Like, a company that's as mature as Reddit is probably pretty plateaued out. They might grow slowly over time. Like, the most growth that a company is going to do is probably going to be in their early years, and then they're going to kind of stabilize out. So the idea that you're going to see like a 2x increase in the company at this point, in this stage in the game, super duper unlikely. It's probably not going to happen. And it kind of just goes to show kind of like how unrealistic, how kind of like fantastical this guy's understanding of the world is.
to be that high up for how much traffic Reddit gets. So why haven't you solved this problem already, Sven?
And you know what, if you have something there, right, if you're looking at like the traffic and you're looking at their the size of the business and everything, like give me some actual, like break that down. How are you figuring all that? Because I don't have confidence that you actually know what you're talking about. But if you want to cite like all these numbers and everything, like actually explain that. Explain mechanically from like a business perspective how you actually expect them to 2x their size, given whatever things that you're talking about. What do you think they're not doing right now that's going to what? What is it going to drive more traffic to their site? Is it going to monetize more stuff on their site? What exactly are you proposing? Show us how that's supposed to work out.
Is it because you're out of touch and you aren't aware of the problem? Is it because
What
Reddit
problem?
is a bloated
Okay.
mess and they can't ship products? No, I
What
think the
products, bro? They're not, like, what are you talking about shipping products? They probably make their money off of ad revenue. They probably, like, I go on Reddit and I know that they advertise. That's probably where they make most of their money. That for a social media site, that's typically how they're making their money, is that they're advertising. That's it. That's all they need to do. That's their business model. It's not like Reddit is Reddit's not Amazon or eBay or Walmart or something. What are you talking about?
real issue is that Reddit is
Even for them to try to like dive into some sort of like doing something like that would be a radical departure from the business model that they have right now that's working, and that presents risk. Why would, like, it's a weird, unusual business model. Why would they do that? They seem to be doing well already.
by the negativity and toxicity of its user base, and it doesn't really have the freedom to make bold and important.
The toxicity and the negativity of their user base is probably part of what drives so much traffic. I mean, social media, unfortunately, social media has kind of the it gets as much tension as it does from its users because the things that are on social media are sensational and like negativity sells. We know that. We know that's kind of an issue with the human condition, is that human beings don't want to, like, they don't really care about good news. They want to watch the train wreck, and we know that. We know that from social media behavior. Negativity is what drives the attention more than anything else.
And transformative decisions that could save the.
And as far as it goes, like, if you're going to complain about this, Reddit is probably like the least negative social media site compared to something like X or Twitter. Or I'm sorry, it would just be Twitter, where like their whole thing is they're like pushing as much like racism and xenophobia and sexism as humanly possible. Reddit's probably the least of the social media sites when it comes to stuff like that.
If you agree with anything that I said, Spez, well, you're in luck. I live in San Francisco, and I would be happy to talk to you.
Oh my god, he comes off as like so proud. I live in San Francisco. Oh, I know it's probably not exactly what he meant by that. It just comes off that way. Hey, just to let you know, I actually lived in San Francisco last year. I kind of still do. I live across the bay, actually. But it's not because I can't afford to live in San Francisco. I can if I want to. Not like a king or anything. I just live like a normal-ass person with a fucking apartment. Little studio apartment. But I could if I wanted to. But I like it over here better. This is a nicer setup. I'm really happy with the place that I moved to. But I'm not going around being like, I live in San Francisco. Lucky for you. I'm in like the wealthy, rich place where you guys are also headquartered at. You can meet and have some mimosas overlooking the city while I discuss all the amazing business opportunities that you're missing out on. Because I was one of the top Reddit mods of LSF live stream fails. And you're lucky to have my expertise. I'm a software developer.
You in person, or any Reddit product manager, or employee at all, you know, or on a call or something. That's my pitch to you, Spez. The rest is to the community. To the community, Spez and Reddit, they're almost certainly not gonna fix any of this. All of this.
How are you gonna, from 1 minute, try to appeal to the Spez guy, who's like, I don't know, is he like the CEO of the company or something, and try to like kiss his ass, and try to like sell yourself to him, and then immediately the next sentence, you're shitting on him? How does that make any sense in your mind?
This is up to us to solve. For anyone who this message has resonated with and wants to solve this problem,
Nobody, dude. Nobody cares. They don't even think it's a problem. You think it's a problem.
Sub-Alliance. Sub-Alliance will be a...
How is he even allowed to do that? Isn't that ban evasion? Or I guess maybe I don't fully know, like, when when he talks about the action that Reddit took against him, did they ban him from the site? That was my impression. Or did they just like demote him, like he's not allowed to be a mod for that subreddit anymore? Because if they banned him from the site and he's saying that he created another subreddit, isn't that ban evasion? I would never do that, by the way. I mean, that,
non-profit.
I don't break rules like that. I care very strongly about every single rule
all the
that's out there.
problems that I have laid out. We will
Never
create
engage in ban
tools
evasion.
and resources so good, so useful that everybody will have to work with us. Think
Like what?
talent agency, but for subreddits.
Talent agency for what, bro? Like, I don't think Reddit functions off of having like these big personalities or anything. And then also, like, you're trying to sell them on being a talent agency. You're the one who fucked up on like what basically was like a talent agency operation that you didn't vet properly. Why would you be the person that they go to for that?
You have the big ideas, you have the vision, you have the crazy cool things that you want to do, and we handle the logistics. Materially,
What is this we all about? And like you don't have any track record of being able to handle logistics. Oh my god.
that
Jesus
means
Christ.
connections to major companies, partnerships, doing AMAs, running events, doing
Oh my god. This is what's that Step Brothers, a company? Something Worldwide? Step Brothers. Prestige Worldwide. Here we go. This is him right here.
Start 2026 ahead of your competition by getting a free audit and a forecast to your business.
Probably
No, thank
wondering
you.
why we gathered you here tonight, besides Derek's birthday. We got a special surprise for you, Derek, and everybody here. Check.
Dale.
Check.
No, please, Dale. I'm begging you.
Check.
You want to shut this down, D-Man?
Yeah, well, just hold on a sec.
Derek, for your birthday, we thought we'd roll
D-Man.
out a once-in-a-lifetime business opportunity.
Happy birthday, Derek!
Music.
Prestige. Worldwide. Why?
Prestige Worldwide. The first word in entertainment.
First word.
Management.
Financial portfolios. Insurance. Black leather gloves.
It's spot on, isn't it? It's like exactly the same thing that he was doing.
Hours to study the science of what you need.
Yeah, look at him. He's got a syringe.
And it died.
Security.
Security, dude. Talent management.
Possibly.
They have the ideas. He puts it into work. Him and his team.
We'd like to present the world.
There's that other one. There's like that PowerPoint presentation that dude's given where it's just a bunch of buzzwords. PowerPoint. I don't even know what I would look up. Buzzwords. It's a fucking great video. PowerPoint. I don't know what I'd look up. I want to find this one so bad. I don't know if I'll be able to. Maybe it wasn't a PowerPoint. That might be limiting my search results. Business pitch. Funny? All cal or something? I won't be able to find it. I don't know what it's called. But yeah, he gives like a presentation for like this, I don't know, like this service that he's trying to sell. And the entire time he's just throwing out like buzzwords that don't really mean anything. That's the kind of energy that this guy's kind of giving us right now.
Cross collaboration with other relevant subreddits, that kind of stuff. Go to
That kind of stuff, dude. And other stuff.
And we will make it happen. The link will be in the description below. Reddit used to be a place where we did stuff. The phrase, "we did it Reddit."
Like what, dude? Just post random shit online? Like what the fuck did you guys do? I like Reddit, don't get me wrong or anything, but like chill the fuck out. It's just a place where people go and they talk shit all day and they just browse on their phone when they're supposed to be working. It's not that deep.
Although used sarcastically, existed for a reason. And that is because
maybe it was sarcastic for a
right
reason,
or wrong,
too.
matters. Let's see what we can do to make it better. Thanks.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about you guys, but I'm sold. Hire this guy right now.
Let them work and rework. Here, there, even way up there. Let them
last year.
Well, that was really something. All right, I need to level up one more level, but I also kind of want to move on to do the next thing.
You are fit for
Almost
duty.
right now.
Return to your post.
What is this purple bar for? Hold on, let's see. SWTOR purple EXP bar. Usually indicates your rested EXP, which boosts your experience points or gain. What the fuck does? Also the purple bar underneath will be your legacy XP bar. The fuck is your legacy XP? It's just too much shit, dude. These MMOs, there's just too much fucking shit. Too many currencies, too many experience bars, too many abilities. Too much fucking shit. Too many different types of missions you're supposed to keep track of. And yet here I am playing it. They got me. I have way too much sunk cost in this game at this point to give it up. I play this game for the story. But like unironically I actually do. All the other shit in here kind of like is tedious for me, but I actually do enjoy like the story. I like these BioWare games because of like the dialogue options they give you, the ability to create your own character. Any game that has like a lot of customization is like cocaine to me. All the rest of the shit in this game is boring as fuck, redundant. You have like assets that are just kind of like copy pasted everywhere. But I like having the ability to customize everything and have different responses to dialogue trees that probably don't lead anywhere different either way. The illusion of choice, but it works. Gets me. Alright, well, I think I'm gonna hang this one up for today. I might be back in an hour or two to play some Helldivers, but I gotta shift off of this guy. Alright. Alright, y'all. Have fun. I love you, but not really.